anxiously. Sorry, we got to get. Oop, jeez. Test. Is that supposed to be that loud? I guess it is. Now we're ready. Good morning and welcome to the February 16th initial meeting of the County Council. At this point, part of the meeting, we have our public participation, and I know that there are several of you out there who would like to speak to us. I'm waiting on cards, or maybe someone's going to tell me who they are.
They are here for item 11 and not for speaking at 8:30.
No one here for open comments? Just
No, sir.
Well, thank you all for coming. Sorry that no one's here to speak, but we're here to listen. So if there is no one out there who wants to speak to some issue that's not on the agenda, going once, going twice, going 3 times, and we'll see you back at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much. You can bring those. Deb, you ready?
That's right.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the February 16th meeting of the Volusia County Council. And what a beautiful day. Just felt fantastic. So we welcome you, and at this time we will have the invocation today, which will be given by Pastor Mike Carroll of the First Assembly of the Land, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I ask you all stand.
Don't worry, I'm not going to preach and I'm not going to take an offering, but I just wanted to make a comment. I'm grateful to live in this county. I've lived in this county for 46 years. I'm a transplant, and I'm grateful. We have great leadership. We have great first responders. We have great people in this county, and we're grateful. And we support you as pastors, and we support you as chaplains and various agencies and organizations. So thank you, and thank you for your support and for your help today. Father, we thank you so much for this county. We ask you to watch over it and protect it and keep it safe from unseen dangers. We ask you to guide the affairs of government, of our first responders, to watch over them and protect them as they serve this community. Grant wisdom, grant understanding, grant insight into difficult problems that they face. Guide them, watch over them, protect them. Guide the affairs of this council. Grant them wisdom today in all the matters that they face. And we thank you for that today. Thank you for watching over this county. Thank you for protecting this county. Thank you for prospering this county. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Patterson? Here. Ms. Pose? Here. Ms. Wheeler? Here. Ms. Denny's? Here. Mr. Lowry?
Here.
Mr. Kelly?
Here.
And Ms. Cusack is absent today.
Thank you. We'll now move to the comments on the consent items. Is there anyone who wishes to pull an item?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Deneen.
Yes, the only item that I have comments on is actually item E. In this case, I'm asking that it be pulled so you can consider it separately. Mr. Patterson will discuss why he needs to have it pulled for conflict of interest.
Okay. Is anyone else to pull anything other than item E? No. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda absent item E? Motion to approve. Motion made by Ms. Wheeler, seconded by Mr. Lowry. All in favor say aye. 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 Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimously. Now can we read item E, Mr. Deneen?
Yes, what we need to do is have Mr. Patterson also address item E.
Mr. Patterson?
Thank you, Mr. Dean, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Item E this morning is a qualified target industry and tax refund program for Security First managers, and I have a conflict of interest because I represent Security First, my insurance agency. So I feel in the best interest that I not vote on this, and I have a conflict of interest form that I'll be filing with our clerk this morning. So
thank you.
I will abstain from voting. Thank you. But I do think this is a good deal.
Yes.
For everybody.
For everybody. Is there a motion to approve the item E, which is moved by...
A second.
And seconded by Ms. Post. All in favor, say aye. 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 Those opposed, like sign. And let the record show that Councilmember Patterson abstained with a conflict. Thank you. We will now move on to item 4.1, actually. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm going to bring forward Mr. Moats. and he can introduce the staff that he has today. This was an important update that we promised the council we would bring to them. As council members know, we spent several years, it's the biggest contract, single contract we have, which is healthcare for all of our employees. What we prefer to do, and the council's always wanted us to do, is that when we're going to bring something new forward, and this was such a success in working with the employees and the unions over trying to get the right program in healthcare, that one of the key elements they asked for that I said I would demonstrate before we made it available to everybody was a better way to access healthcare, because it gets confusing as to where doctors are and what times there are and all the services that are available. And one of the things that our staff came up with the committees we had was potential for an app to make it simpler to access our health care. We've never had this before. So today, I think you've all been shown it. We're going to show it here and release it so I can release it to the membership.
So it is not available yet until today, then it will be.
When you
released.
say go, then we're going to go.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name's Tom Moats. I'm the county's Human Resources Director.
Thank you.
This morning I'd like to introduce John Robinson of Robinson Bush. He's our consultant. He's helped us through this process of insurance, and he's going to give an update of where we are on the plan, and the implementation has been going very well. We're very excited about it and already seeing some things that John will show you that I think is beneficial to the county. And as Mr. Deneen stated, the IT is here this morning to show the app, which we think is fabulous, and hopefully they'll get an award for that. And we understand there's already other counties asking to look at it.
All
So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to John Robinson.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Tom. Good morning. My name is John Robinson, and I'm the president and CEO of Robinson Bush. We're an independent employee benefits consulting firm located in Orlando, Florida. And we have been privileged to work on this particular project for the last almost 3 years now in looking at your benefits and coming up with some recommendations for change that have taken place over the last 2 years. What I'd like to do this morning is just to give you a little update on the transition that's taken place in the health plan and that transition to Cigna. So we'll be going over that in some detail and giving you an update on that. In addition to that, we'd like to talk a little bit about the plan successes and what's happened over the past several months in getting to this particular phase. Also, we'd like to talk about some of the initiatives that we have coming up for this year. It is one thing to go through in the RFP process and come up with some recommendations. It's another to sustain some of the programs that we're trying to put into place to have people and helping them with their optimal health. In addition to that, we'll talk about some of the enhancements that we have placed in the plan as well. The transition took place following an extensive RFP process, where that RFP process looked for fully insured, self-funded, and a number of different options off of the plans itself. Cigna was selected through that particular process, and we began working on that, the communications for that change this past summer, and looking at all the things that needed to happen from that point forward to where we are today. There were extensive communications that were done with county employees and retirees through this process regarding that change. In addition to the written communications that took place, there were approximately 85 meetings that were held with employees throughout the county to talk about the plans, talk about the benefits, talk about how to communicate within the plans. That helped tremendously with the transition. We had very little disruption, no disruption really in care when the switch was flipped January 1. No major problems with that at all. Where we had some issues with some transition of care, people that were in the middle of chemotherapy treatment or somebody that was ready to deliver, if their particular person was not in the network, their provider was not in the network, we made provisions for that to take place for that transition. So that worked out very well as well. We made several improvements to the provider network, the doctors and hospitals that were a part of the plan, and we'll talk about that as we go through this particular presentation as well. We expanded the regional and national network that had a great deal of influence on members and also on providers as well. The recognition of Cigna over HealthSmart has been a very positive change for county employees when they're going to a provider and they're going to seek services outside of this area. It's much more recognized than HealthSmart, so that's been helpful too. No criticism of how it was set up through HealthSmart. It's just a different way of working at this point. HealthSmart is still paying for the claims that were incurred prior to January 1, and we'll have that in place for the next year. Some of the actual health plan successes that we've seen over this start of the plan since January 1. We had some, a person was actually in Tennessee and traveling through Tennessee and had a serious accident and was able to get to an in-network physician, in-network hospital and an in-network physician. And so it was really a painless from the standpoint of the plan, not painless from the standpoint of what was happening to the person, but painless from the standpoint of getting the bills processed correctly and going to a network hospital and feeling very comfortable about that. And that was relayed back to the Human Resources Department as well. The expanded networks that we've had with providers has really helped employees with some of the co-pays, and particularly on injections and some of the areas that we were able to improve that particular network. Savings not only to the individual, but savings to the plan as well. We had issues with a number of cases with college students away at college and not being able to use urgent care facilities or facilities in their area. That's changed with the national network that we now have. Pharmacy savings have also been seen by patients that have gone to the pharmacy and seeing an expanded list of formulary drugs that are a part of the plan. So another way of not only is it saving to the member, but also savings to the plan itself. Some of the customer service issues that we've seen over time is that because of the mycigna.com that we'll be talking about in a little bit and some of the other areas, that the transition has been good from a provider perspective and a member perspective as well, because a number of the critical information on the plans and coverages have been provided to those particular individuals as well. We made some changes to some of the co-payment structure to take advantage of some of the better savings that we could have through major radiology services at freestanding facilities versus some of the outpatient hospitals. That information has been passed on to employees, and those employees that use those save money on their co-pays and also save the plan money as to how we were able to negotiate that as well. Some of the initiatives that we're looking at for 2017 as we're starting is looking at how we can help people with their optimal health. Some of those are the start of what we hired as a Cigna healthcare advocate, a health advocate that is a registered nurse that we have that's full-time and housed here at the county. And her major responsibility is the connector for the patient to the plans and all of the programs that are available through that. We think that's very valuable in some of the fragmentation that happens in healthcare, where this particular individual will be helping members navigate through that particular process with gaps of care and other things as well. We're going to be concentrating on some comprehensive health management programs, starting with a diabetes program, so that we can help that diabetic with managing their disease and conditions to have them have better care as well. We'll be looking at weight management and also some cancer support programs too, where we can provide members with more benefits there. This fall for the wellness initiatives, we're going to be looking at doing the on-site biometric screenings. And in addition to, we're going to have registered nurses there. In addition to just taking blood, there'll be a teachable moment for those individuals that have questions about their numbers as well. We also have an online health risk assessment that will be done that will help individuals follow through on that as well. All this information will be added into the claim system within Cigna. It's all protected health information. But at that point, Cigna can then reach out to individuals where there are some needs and help them with those needs as well. Some of the enhancements that we made to the plan that we think are quite valuable is one is the employee benefits team. While it's not a Cigna employee benefits team, it's an employee benefits team that Mr. Deneen had us add to the communication process as we went through the extensive review that we did. That particular team is made up of administrators and some of the union leaders. We meet every couple of months and share information, and they share information back with us from employees, and it's been very valuable in our work at this point. MyCigna.com is something that you may have had the opportunity to review as well, where you can go in online and it's personalized for each member. There's information on the medical conditions, the information that helps individuals with pharmacy needs, as well as some of the health-related issues that are there as well. We've had some pretty good responses to that, too. MD Live telemedicine is something that we added. It's beginning to be much more of a benefit for those individuals that need some care, may have respiratory issues or minor issues, that instead of going to the urgent care, or if they can't get into their doctor, they can call MD Live, and either through video or just through the phone can get some a prescription or get assistance from a physician that is licensed in the state of Florida to provide those types of services. So that's been a good benefit as well. The national network that we have has over 700,000 actual providers that are in that network. So that provides a great deal of choice for those people that particularly are traveling or outside of this area. In addition to that, there are about 58,000 hospitals, or 5,800 hospitals that are a part of the plan as well. So that's been helped tremendously as well. The last thing we want to talk about and want to devote a good bit of time with is the Volusia County Benefits app. And Joe's going to go over that in more detail and provide you with some of that detail, and then we'll show you the app, and then we'll answer any questions after that.
Here comes the app.
Good morning. Joe Pozo, Assistant Director of Human Resources. And actually, I'll have John Nagara come up from Information Technology. He's going to demonstrate the app. What I would like to say is that the app idea came out of the employee benefits team. As Mr. Deneen said, we wanted to provide access to our health plan at 9 o'clock at night, 2 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon, or just for routine co-pays and things such as that. And all we did was get with this very bright and competent IT staff and say, hey, this is what we like, and this is what we want. And we sort of just scripted it out, and they took it over and have produced a very nice app. And as Mr. Moats said, there are other local governments and private industry that Mr. Robinson works with that would like to have an app such as this. So I'll turn it over to John, and he'll go over the app. And again, they have done an outstanding job for much less than if we went out on the open market to have somebody build us an app.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is John Nagara. I'm Information Technology Section Manager. Appreciate y'all's time this morning. We're excited to be able to show you the newly developed Volusia County Benefits mobile app. It has been county's IT's direction to position ourselves for mobile app development. With this project, working directly with HR, we were able to use in-house staff to develop the app that you're about to see. This in-house development allowed us to avoid the whole RFP process and save the county about $20,000, which is the going rate for vendor-developed apps, not to mention savings on ongoing yearly maintenance. We were told many times that it needed to be a simple app, very intuitive and easy to navigate, and I believe we have met these goals. So I'm going to run through some scenarios and demonstrate this app to you. So I'm playing tennis, and I fell and I bruised my knee. Several hours later, I noticed that it was swollen and starting to turn purple. Felt like I need to go to get a doctor to look at it. So I go to my my benefit apps. I hit on healthcare. I go to doctors, and I hit my local current location. And I'm going to go to my specialty. I think I'm going to need surgery, so I'm going to go to a orthopedic surgeon. I want to show all the results within 20 miles. And I'm going to go to the map, and I can see where all these facilities are located. Selecting one of them, I can see this Florida Orthopedic Associates. I can hit doctors at location, and I can see all the multiple doctors that reside there. If there was a website associated with this data, I would be able to hit the website button next to the call. But in this case, it's not there, but I'm allowed to go ahead and call them if I so wish. Or I have the ability to map and find, have Google Maps show me the directions on how to get there. In addition, I can look at this data in tabular format. So this is the same data, and I can sort these different columns by, for instance, distance from closest to longest. I can hit on that location as well, and again, I'm brought to the map so that I can navigate there. All right, so I'm on my way to the doctor's office, and I'm worried about the copayment. What is the copayment going to be? So I can go to my app here, select copayments. I can see I have 4 different documents out there. I know this is Cigna Medical as opposed to dental or vision. And within this, for surgery, for special care, I see it's $80, but I can see all the rest of my copayments. You know, I get to the doctor's office and I forgot my wallet. I left it at home. Well, you know, I always have my phone with me. So I was able to take a picture of my health card. So I have it here, so while I'm standing in front of the receptionist, I have the ability to go ahead and email it directly to her. All right, I'm done with my appointment, and I need to fill my prescriptions. So I'm going to go to pharmacies. We have so many pharmacies, and with the data that we have here is within the 5-county area. We thought that it would be best to go back to the insurer's website for this. So by pressing that button, I'm brought back to the Cigna website. You can see it carried my address, the 123 West Indiana, and again, it filtered on pharmacies, and there are 164 in-network pharmacies in the area. All right, so all that's behind me. I'm ready to go on vacation. I'm going to go snow skiing. So, you know, I've never snow skied before, so I'm going to learn how. I want to make sure there's some facilities around there that maybe can help me. So I'm going to click on my hospital tab. I'm going to type in where I'm going. And I want to show within 30 miles, 33 miles, the hospitals that are there. Again, so I'm out of the area. So at this point, this is giving me the option to go back to the provider website. And again, it knows that I'm looking for Vail, and I'm looking for hospitals, and there's 7 hospitals in the area. So I know I'm covered there. I get back from my vacation and I've got a cold. I feel like I'm running a fever, and I want to take advantage of the county's new health plan for telemedicine. Go to on-call services, go to telemedicine, go to the app. This is the MD Live. I log in. I've already created my account. Sign in. On this app here, you're able to, under My Health, record your current or past history, medical history, your current weight, height, things like that. Symptom checker, you can start describing your symptoms that are wrong with you. The coolest thing here is your ability to see a doctor. So who is this visit for? It's for me. I continue on, and I'm brought to a screen that shows all the doctors that are on call. So that first one, you can see he's available now by video or phone. Some are just available by phone, and you can see doctors that are with the patient. So at that point, you can select your doctor and begin your visit. Returning back to the mobile app, we have a lot of other information in there. The plan documents is a brief overview of all of the documents that are out there. We actually have an update on the summary plan document now. I'm able to do that if I so wish.
Well, I think at this point, the council can see that we've gone to the extreme to try and do what the employees wanted, which is also part of why everyone agreed, not only the non-bargaining groups, but the bargaining groups, to use our health care plan. So unless the council has other questions, Tom, unless you want to add anything else, what we're going to do is we're going to move ahead if the council is okay, and we're going to release all this to the employees.
Can you turn on your microphone, Mr. Chair? We didn't hear you.
Sorry, Ms. Dennis.
Thank you. Just a question. Hopefully, this app can help this situation too. Just dovetailing into the insurance, one thing that HealthSmart did very well was with the FSA program and documentation when they needed supplemental documentation when you went to a provider. Cigna and this new FSA HSA does not. They're using the U.S. mail hard copies. That's surprising. So while this is a great technology move forward, we're backwards, and it's time consuming to have to use to get a notification from U.S. mail. That's surprising as heck for a company this big.
With our flexible spending account?
Yep.
Okay. We'll look into that, and
Please
if there's something
do.
we can add to this or some way we can improve that, we will.
Please
Again,
do, because that takes as much time as going to see a physician itself, as sending in the documentation after it's all done. So
Correct.
Anything that you can do to help that would be greatly appreciated.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? If not, we'll move on to item 2, Mr. Deneen.
Thank you. Joanne? Joanne has the next 3 items. They're fairly quick. They're quick updates.
Good morning. Excuse me, Joanne Magley, Community Information Director. And I'm excited to say that we had a very successful 2017 Daytona Beach Half Marathon. So I'm going to start out my presentation with a quick video recap.
That's a nice picture.
It's a lovely logo. Here we go.
At the meeting point, I had butterflies in my stomach because I was waiting for him. I knew I had to run the bridge 2 times, which was a lot harder.
It was intense. It was a lot of incline, but it was fun. I like the beach, and I like the crowd.
Oh, it definitely built my endurance. I don't care if it's just one race, it definitely built my endurance.
The race was good. Nice weather.
I was the weak link, so I went first.
I went over the bridge twice, and it was very hard, but I conquered it.
The bridge gave me a little bit of trouble, but I mean, other than that, it was good, man. It was interesting.
Beautiful the scenario.
I like the beach. I mean, you're in Daytona, you should run on the beach.
This race had it all, and I got to give a shout out to the volunteers and race directors. Amazing job.
All right, so that's just a quick video recap. We essentially had 4 events. We had the half marathon relay, the 3.1 mile lap, the track, which is the 5K, and then we also had the Speedway Challenge, which is the half or relay plus the 5K. And in total, we had 2,984 registrations. I have just a few slides to show the demographics of our runners. Let's see. All right, so 29% were from live inside Volusia County. 52% were from outside of the county, but within the state of Florida. 17% were from outside of Florida, and 2% were from outside the United States. And this is pretty typical of running events in the country and out of the country. 55% are female, and 45% are male. And before I get to this slide, just a quick from an economic development standpoint. So runners are typically highly educated, with 75% having earned a college diploma and 73% reporting a household income of more than $75,000. That's according to a 2013 State of the Sport profile by Running USA. Okay, so with this slide, I want you to just kind of focus in. This is the beginning of the 5K, and you see on the right the little girl in the pink, and there's some other little kids around her, and then on the other side of the screen some kids. And we had 247 children that were ages 19 and under participate in both the half and the 5K. So for the half, there were 6 kids between the ages of 10 and 14, and there were 20 between the ages of 15 and 19. And then for the 5K, 43 children were 8 years and under, 59 of them were 9 to 11, 46 were ages 12 to 14, and 52 were between the ages of 15 and 19. So that's just one way to show how families are really involved with this event. And then this last slide shows a comparison from 2016 to 2017. This compares total registrations and finishers, so people who registered and then actually showed up to participate. And so in each of the areas, for the relay, for the half, for the lap to track, we increased by a few to about 10 percentage points in each of those areas. And I also want to say a big thanks to Councilman Billy Wheeler and Heather Post. They waved the green flag, as you saw in the video, to get the race started for the half marathon and for the 5K, and Miss Denny's waved the green flag a couple of years ago too, so we appreciate, yeah, that was
just go ahead.
We had some stars there.
Name dropper, name dropper.
So we appreciate your support there, and of course the partners with the Speedway and the City of Daytona Beach, and of course all of the sponsors that help make this a great success. So I also passed out, you have at your seat, it's called the Half Times. This is something we just put together. It's basically a photo recap for our sponsors so that they can see the various different elements of the race. And then I'm sure you all saw last week's front page of the News Journal we had the half marathon was featured too. So that concludes my presentation. I don't know if Mr. Denny wants to add anything, or if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Just Billy Wheeler, sorry.
Yeah. That's okay. Joanne, I was also going to mention that I don't know what the ages, how far it went up, but I do remember one man crossing, and he had just celebrated his 80th birthday.
Yes, we also had
and all I could do was wave a flag. How embarrassing.
We had really all age ranges represented in this race, and as you mentioned, we had a couple people that were 80 years old that won in their divisions for 80 and above, so it really represents all age groups.
I think next year we'll have Fred and Pat and I out there waving the flags. I mean, it's just
we'd love to have you.
Only have biscuits and gravy before it starts. Then
yes.
We'll be there.
So,
we're talking the half marathon relay. We figure 7 of us, 13 miles. How many can you have on a relay team?
Well, technically 2, but I'm sure we could work
we
something
can make
out.
an exception for you.
I'll drive us all there.
I'll do the start.
That cute uniform, though.
Sure can.
Joanne, what was the total number of people participating? I know some participated in more than one.
So there were 2,984 registrations, and the number of actual people was 2,417. So you had 567 people that competed in more than one event, either the half and the relay, the relay, and then also the 5K.
I think they've only scratched the surface, and if we as a county can do any more to at least look at doing more, I think we can make this. I mean, Jim, I know you run marathons. I know our city manager in Ormond Beach participated in 22 or so last year. She traveled all the way Hawaii, Alaska. People travel all over. I know I went to the one I think I mentioned in Nashville, Music City, and they have 25,000 participating. So having the thrill of the Speedway and people having the ability to come and run the Speedway and the beach, I think is an enticement. Plus, other than the bridge, it's pretty flatland, and as opposed to running in Colorado or somewhere.
Yeah, and we're really confident that this last race that we just did a couple weeks ago is really going to help push our registrations even further, because the nice weather, you know, last year we had really bad weather, and that hindered things. You know, it was cold and rainy, and this year we finally had some really good weather. We really didn't have any hiccups along the way. The course was marked very well for runners. We've just had great feedback, so we're really confident going into future races.
I guess my question is, can the county, we as a council, do more to help in the promotion and so forth of this, or the relay? Relay.
They'll come out to see us doing the relay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
What we'll do is, I think we're really pleased. I think everyone else, what's really good is the Hotel Motel Association's really pleased, because the whole issue is to try and take advantage of a time when quite frankly, the market here is weak, because we go before the 500. Right. The hotels need the people, and as you saw, the demographics here, these people will spend money, and they travel from out of state, so almost everybody that's out of the county is using a hotel room. We believe that this is the trend that you wanted us to go on, which is find new ways to bring people to this community. I'd be glad to bring you something back later in the year after we do our, we'll go back over the sort of a rehash of what happened, and I'll take that under advisement. We'll bring you something back.
Thanks. Next item, Joanne.
Okay, so your next item is is item 3, the update on the community events. And again, you have at your seats the latest sheet that shows the new events that have been added to your calendar. Sue, are you able to put this on the overhead? We have 3 that have been added to your sheet, and those are highlighted. On February 24th, the United States Air Force Thunderbirds are going to be at Daytona Beach International Airport, and the council members are invited to greet the military leaders upon their arrival. The support aircraft, the C-17, is currently scheduled to arrive at 12:30 p.m., and once the C-17 arrives, the F-16s will follow at 1:30. Flights and a practice are expected to occur on Saturday and a flyover Sunday to start the Daytona 500. If you flip that sheet over, your next item that has been added is how to do business with Volusia County. These are the vendor workshops that our purchasing division puts on, and those will be Wednesday, March 14th and Thursday, March 15th. And then at the bottom, for August, we've added the 2017 National Lifeguard Championships, and that's August 9th to 11th. So those are your latest as far as events to be added to your calendar.
We're also in the process of trying to secure a 5 to 10 year commitment on being the East Coast beach for future National Lifeguard Championships.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so that's all I have for that item.
Item 4.
All right, so item 4 is...
Joanne, let me interject here for just a second. Joanne's going to tell you just very quickly what we were going to do to advertise for the advisory boards. But what I would like is some thought that this may be one of the issues that you want to put on your open discussion. I do believe this has been a serious problem over a period of years, and it's gotten worse. And I would like the opportunity to have you in a more relaxed setting. We would provide you the information. I'm thinking I could schedule this for sure in May, and can do it earlier if you want. But I thought it'd be good that we provide you the information so you're prepared. Joanne?
I think we do need something. I got the most updated compilation of boards, attendances, function, and so forth. I was amazed at the volume of information and what's there, and I think it would be worthwhile for us. And I guess it doesn't really make that much difference if it's after the appointments are made March 31st.
No, I think it's a more comprehensive view of how you're going to fill these and where we're going to go. She'll give you, Joanna has show you the plan for us to, at least on the administrative side, to advertise. But this is really an issue for the elected officials that maybe at the end of the day we can talk a little bit about how you might want to schedule this.
Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it would be helpful if the rest of the council had a copy of that comprehensive
We're going to get you
information.
that. We're going to get you that.
Okay, thank you.
I just requested it. Sorry.
Actually, they're in the process of making sure everyone else gets a copy.
Okay, so we've heard that we need some assistance in the PR to help fill these boards. So we have a list of PR initiatives that we can do. We have a news release that can go out at any time, and it would highlight the advisory boards that are in need of filling openings on there. We have the video PSA that we can air on Volusia Magazine, and we can also distribute that PSA to the other city governments who have television stations. The Volusia Today radio program, we can do interviews on that with various boards and council members as well. And then we also have the opportunity to be on WSBB in New Smyrna Beach and do some interview segments there. We have the real estate section on our website, that web banner we can use to promote openings there. We could do possibly 5-minute presentations to various chamber groups in the area to get right into the business community and address those members of the opportunities that we have. We have a number of social media channels that we can use through county government, and then we can also put flyers and posters at the area libraries and other county buildings. So there's a lot that we can do that won't cost us any money to help get the word out about these boards. We would just need the direction on all the boards that we're really having a hard time to fill.
I think one of the biggest things that we may be missing is using social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, especially Facebook, and you could even emphasize a section for that and have it linked somewhere. That was my question. That was my point. To have its own page, what you could be linked, where you can link on there, and how can you sign up or create a separate account for that, because when you look at the way people are getting their news and their information, blogs, social media, things like that are really coming to the forefront. So I think that would be a good idea to I know you touched on it, and I know we do have a Facebook page, which I'm going to start using a lot more of. And I'm sure most of us, I know people are tagging us now as we speak. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, they are. So I think that's cool that they do that. And maybe they'll even post in their thing that they're posting that we're talking about seeking people to serve on boards. So thank you.
Thanks, Joanne.
All right. Thank you.
We'll move to item 5. I believe item 5 has been pulled. Mr. Deneen, is that correct?
Item 5 has actually been withdrawn.
Withdrawn, sorry, yes.
Yes.
Absent 5 is withdrawn. Item 6 is Mr. Irving.
Good morning. Clay Irving, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is a joint planning agreement with the City of Edgewater. This is one of many steps that we will be taking in the sustainable development of 47,000 acres known as Farmton. In 2012, the county approved the Farmton Local Plan. In 2014, we approved the Farmton Master DRI. Farmton is, as I said, 47,000 acres located at the southern portion of our county. It straddles Brevard County as well. The landowner, working with the county and other reviewing agencies, came up with a master plan to guide this property over the next 50 to 60 years. As part of that, there was 821 acres that is located immediately south of State Road 442, west of I-95. It's identified there as the gateway. These 820 acres is an area that is within the service area of the City of Edgewater. As we were going through the comp planning process and the DRI process, we acknowledged that the City of Edgewater would be eventually annexing this property in there. We both agreed that it's important that the county and the city mutually plan for the future development of this area. The entitlements for that consist of 820,000 square feet of retail use, commerce, industrial, mixed use. It also includes upwards of 4,692 single-family, multifamily units. So as you can see, this is going to be a valuable part of not only the city of Edgewater, but also Volusia County's future growth. This planning agreement provides a situation where both the city and the county mutually review any kind of changes to the intensities, densities, or development of this area. The city has agreed to work with us to make sure that we have the ability to review what would be the changes would be, and so that it's mutually acceptable to both the city and the county. As such, they would go through and basically honor all of the entitlements and development requirements that we have in our comprehensive plan and in the master DRI. It's a situation where both the city and the county acknowledge the importance of the past work of both bodies and ensure that in the future, both parties have the ability to work with the landowner to come up with a viable, sustainable development. I know that there's representatives from the property owner here as well, and as well as the city of Edgewater. So if there's any questions for me or them, they're available to answer them.
Are there any questions for council? Ms. Dennis?
No, but I don't have questions. I just want to make a comment that this started way before my tenure on the council. I'm kind of glad. That was a contentious time from what I heard from my colleagues that served with. Councilman Patterson, you weren't here either when they started on Farmington, were you? Was that a back in the day question?
Back in the day.
Back in the day, but
many years ago, there was a lot of things going on, and Mr. Storch was always at my doorstep there with about the road maybe going through there many years ago. So I have a pretty good history of the area.
Well, all that to say is it's come a long way, and the agreement and the collaboration between the city and the county has been hard fought. I mean, what we're seeing here is just a few pages, but this has been hard fought years. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to approve the joint planning agreement with the city of Edgewater for the Gateway District and the Farmington Development of Regional Impact.
I'll second it.
Motion's been made by Ms. Dennis and seconded by Mr. Patterson. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, will all in favor say aye? Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Clay, and thank all of you who have worked so hard on this project. We will now move to item 7.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management. This is a special exception. We have received a request from the attorney representing the landowner, a gentleman named Ty Harris, who's with Gray Robinson, who's representing John Pugh, the landowner. He has requested that this item be continued to the next available agenda, which would be March 16th. Before I do any presentation,
Mr. Irvin, he requested a continuance. That doesn't necessarily mean that 16th is an available meeting.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's a request by the applicant to continue this, whether or not we can do it to a time certain, I can't guarantee, but is there a motion, Mr. Patterson?
I'm kind of, is this because we are absent one member today? Is that
That was the explanation that Mr. Harris provided in his email.
It could happen again. It could happen again. There's no guarantee.
Is there a motion to continue?
I don't see a problem with it. I mean,
Is Mr. Harris here?
We informed him that he needed to be here, that continuance is not a given thing, and that it's at the pleasure of the council. And I'm unfortunately not seeing him in the chamber.
they didn't come today?
I do not see him, and I'm sure that if he was here, he'd be running up here right now.
I know the property owner, and
Well, I think if he doesn't feel it's important enough to be here today, then...
Dr. Lowry?
Well, I was just going to ask if legal could weigh in on that. And
what we have,
Mr. Eckert could.
Okay. What we have to do, if we have a question on continuing, if there's no motion to continue, we would be forced, if this council decides not to continue this, we would be forced to take action on it, absent some of the people involved.
Yeah, I've been involved with this, you know, for Mr. Pugh, the property over there, for quite some time, and unless there's a potential for an adverse vote on this, I'd like to get this thing done with. Staff and we've spent a lot of time, you know, on this little project over there, because it's something there, and I don't want to get too far into a discussion on it at this point.
If there's no motion to continue, then we will have to continue. This is a public hearing, so the public hearing is now open. So,
Mr. Chair, yeah, let me explain something that maybe will help us here. If you remember, I said I would try this experiment, okay? We haven't faced this before because this was all part of making sure that we would move things along, is that normally these would be in the afternoon. So if you find out in the morning, a couple of things could happen. One, we could notify the public so they wouldn't show up. Number two, that would give me some time to figure out when I could put it on a new agenda. Because it's first thing in the morning, I don't know. I will tell you that if the council so chooses, okay, I'll find a way to make sure it gets on the 16th. So if, in other words, okay. I just wanted you to know, I said before I wasn't sure. Okay. I just wanted you to know that I would make it happen. But this becomes a little bit difficult for us when it's first thing in the morning.
Well, I will say that if it happened in the morning at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, whether you want to continue or not is irrelative. And whether or not the council has already decided, I personally would have continued it from a personal standpoint in respect to the people. We have one person who wants to speak to the issue from the public, and we have we have Clay, whose work has been done, who would also be done on the 16th or whatever date is decided. So the work that's been put into it isn't that important. Dr. Lowry.
Well, let me just say in regard to that, I mean, that makes a scheduling nightmare for Mr. Deneen in regard to that. If we have 3 or 4 people who just want to continue something, I mean, just because there's someone absent today, like Council Lady Dennis said, one of us may be sick on the 16th and not be here, and someone else might not be here. So I think that's kind of a lame excuse. If it was really a emergency of some kind or some kind of restraining or conflicting aspect to why we can't do this today, I would understand that. But just
okay, well,
you know, that's my thought.
Let's just move on. Clay, you go ahead and give us the report on this. And
yes, sir. Be glad to. This is a special exception request submitted by Mr. Farusco, agent for Mr. Pugh. It's pertaining to a property that is located outside the city of DeLand. It is an industrial parcel that is currently housing storage. It is, as you can see from the aerial, it's located north of Old New York and south of State Road 44 on the west side of the railroad. There's the existing storage that's adjacent to the railroad. The vacant piece of land that's highlighted there is identified for the use as a flea market. A flea market is a permitted use within the I-1 zone, subject to approval of special exception. The county ordinances contain specific criteria that are identified in your staff report, starting on page 5 of 25, or excuse me, page 7, 13 of the council agenda packet. These are the technical standards that staff reviews in order to make a determination as to whether or not to make a recommendation for approval or not. Included is the site plan. It helps us review what is going on here. This is a conceptual plan that shows how the site would be utilized for the flea market operation, the parking, and the other things. This is presented to the Planning and Land Development Review Regulation Commission back in January, who held a public hearing and recommended approval, 6-0. One of the concerns that the PLDRC had was that they did not see representation from some of the adjacent homeowners association, specifically the Hontoon Island Civic Association and the Quail Hollow Homeowners Association. They asked the applicant to please make sure to contact these organizations to let them know what their plans were for this particular piece of property. Contact was made by Mr. Harris to two representatives of those organizations. Those organizations identified a concern specifically with regards to traffic and how people would be getting to the site and making sure that the route identified by the applicant would be the route that everyone would utilize to access the property. And going forward, Mr. Harris agreed that to a term where there would be periodic reviews by county staff. In working with the county attorney's office, we feel that how we've handled these type of things in the past is probably a preferable route, which is basically that this special exception would only be approved for a period of 2 years, of which it would be brought back in front of you at that time frame, and staff would be able to identify if there were any code violations or any other operational issues experienced with the development of this property for a flea market. That would be able to address the concerns identified by the residents. Also would provide us with greater flexibility in being able to do so. It also gives y'all, as a council, the capability that if in 2 years we see trouble, that you can either deny the continuation of the special exception, allow for the continued of the special exception under a set condition, or approve it if there is no conditions or issues raised. Also included in here are the conditions identified for case S16075 pertaining to the special exception. As you can see, the majority of these pertain to the operation, making sure that it's limited to 80 spaces, that it only operates on Saturdays and Sundays, that it's open only from 5 a.m. to 6 p.m., that basically each site is cleaned up every night, that they have provisions for sanitary, in other words, basically portalettes to address public needs. Also, there is an existing building on the site. This has not been upgraded to meet Florida building code, so therefore they cannot utilize the building for the public. Again, these are consistent with the conditions that were identified by the applicant, staff, and the PLDRC. One issue that has been raised, and I want to make sure the record is clear, there is currently an itinerant merchant permit that was issued for this property. Itinerant merchant permits are allowed for I-1 and commercial properties which have an existing business tax receipt, and it allows them to operate these types of flea markets as long as it's tied to a special event that's clearly identified in our code. So Mr. Pugh and his agent were issued an itinerant merchant permit to allow them to have basically vendors out there for the 24 hours of Rolex. Then they're also going to be issued a similar one for the speed weeks that are coming up for the 500. They will still be able to get itinerant merchant permits in the future, but the actual day-to-day operation will be limited only to Saturdays and Sundays as the conditions identified for this special exception. I'll be glad to answer any questions that may be.
Mr. Patterson.
Yeah, the requirement of coming back in 2 years now, the people who are going to be operating this have been operating for almost 50 years over there on 17. Have we had any problems in the last 50 years with this operation at all? It just seems kind of ludicrous to put that requirement on there. If they have a good track, unless they have a bad track record, I would say a 2 year.
Again, we're not necessarily basing it on the past experience that occurred when they were operating over at Beresford and Woodland, which is currently going to be developed for the new Walmart neighborhood market. But again, we're addressing the concerns that were raised by the neighborhood associations. We wanted to make sure that we followed suit with how we've done it in the past.
All right.
Thank you. We have two people who wish to speak, Gail and Jerry Walsh. If you're here, I don't know whether you're going to speak collectively or you're here to speak. If you'll come forward and state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Jerry Walsh, my wife Gail Walsh. We're from Bellevue, Iowa. We're snowbirds. We stay 3 months at the Riviera, which is close to the flea market. We've been coming down here for probably 10 years for this town and religiously hit the old location every Saturday and Sunday. You know, part of our entertainment. So when you're trying to attract people, flea markets will do it. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So the two of you are in support of this, and I'm assuming you feel the same way, Ms. Walsh? Thank you. I said your wife feels the same way, okay?
Well, she doesn't go as often as I do.
Okay.
Good morning. We love downtown DeLand. We love the Stetson activities. We're very happy to be here because so many people are friendly and nice, and that includes we love the flea markets.
Thank you.
Meet so many interesting people, and it's nice that DeLand has so many different activities. You can tell I haven't spoken in public before.
You're doing great. You're doing great. I think that probably a lot of people feel that same way, or they more than likely wouldn't have lasted. How long, Mr. Patterson? 50-something years?
Yeah, if you have ever been over down that area of town, which has more traffic over on that side of town than coming up State Road 44, but it is very heavily used, and it's been kind of a landmark location. So.
Francis Rogel. If I butchered your last name, I'm sorry. If it's Rogel or Rogel.
Yes.
Just as it's spelled.
Yes, thank you. Francis Rogel, P.O. Box 2075, DeLand, Florida 32721. I have two properties in the Huntoon Peninsula. It is not an island, it is a peninsula. I just thought I'd mention that. The state park is the island. But anyway, two properties, one on the river in Quail Hollow on the river, one on Lakeside Drive on the lake. So I have substantial properties. I do have concerns with what happens that area. I did not know about the public meeting portions of this whole process. I saw the deal of the flea market in the paper the week of January, I think it was January 13th. January 20th, I was having breakfast with my neighbor, Suzanne Thomas, and I said, what's going on with this flea market? And she said, I don't know. So because I was talking to her and asking, I called January 20th in the afternoon and asked, what's going on with this flea market? When is the public meeting? And I was told it already occurred, although you can still come to this council. On the 23rd, Monday, Suzanne calls Ty Harris because she knows them, they're friends, and then he instituted the emails to Quail Hollow on the river and one to her. So it wasn't until the 23rd that, quote, anyone got notice in that area. And quite honestly, Huntoon Civic Association, or whatever it was called before, has not had a meeting since I've lived here since 2013. They only activate when there's a big issue. And apparently Suzanne and Mr. Wilton and Harley Basir and John Pugh and his neighbor, the Cornetts, decided there wasn't an issue. They never brought it to the whole peninsula. I have talked to people on the river, on the lake, and nobody knows that this flea market is coming, which in a way is a good thing because that must mean the people going to the flea market are not using Old New York enough to make it a big deal. And that's the primary concern, is the traffic on Old New York. That's number one, the traffic situation. You put it in your GPS, anything on the south side of Euclid, it will take you to Old New York to get to this flea market. It doesn't take you to 44. So there's been discussion about signage. Signage could be a little better, deterring more traffic to State Road 44. That would be most helpful. The other concern was crimes of convenience. I looked through the DeLand community Facebook pages. You know you're from DeLand Facebook page, the one on the flea market, and they talk about how some guy was chasing another vendor with a machete. Okay, there are crimes of convenience that occur. I also find it amusing that you can't have animals at that location. The circus can't have their animals, but now we can put a bunch of people there. And my last big thing is, if they are asking for a continuance, I think we should have a continuance. Maybe they've changed their mind on this deal. Maybe something new has come up. And if they're not here right now, then you should offer them that continuance, because they're not here to defend their issue and they're not here to promote their issue. So my feeling is this should be a continued item.
Thank you. Ed Rothman. Ed, state your name and address for the record.
Rothman,
Thank you,
Quail
sir.
Hollow Drive, in the Quail Hollow on the river community. I'm also a member of the former organization that existed on the Huntoon Peninsula. That is still in name only. There is no such office and no such meeting. I would like to say ditto to everything that was said by the former speaker.
Okay.
But the only other thing I want to raise is this condition number 12, which Mr. Patterson seems to think is not necessary. We had contact, speaking of the people from the former organization, with Mr. Pugh, and he made certain promises, including signage, including traffic problems, and we were satisfied only if he agreed to a 6-month, 12-month, 18-month review. I think 2 years is ridiculous. There is no need, nothing that will be done in 2 years. If there are problems in traffic, I think the likelihood of traffic problems is very high. No study was done of the Beresford Avenue or road traffic that would come onto Old New York. I don't know why it wasn't raised. I don't know why it was passed at the planning board without any any explanation of why that hadn't been done. They did Euclid Avenue, which is much further up, and they didn't do a traffic study at all of Beresford. The signage problem is a real problem. We have to get the signs up, and they should be at the break where Old New York comes off New York. They should be at the break where Euclid joins Old New York. They should be where Beresford joins New York Avenue. Even then, there's no way you're going to keep people off Old New York. It's the easiest way, it's the shortest way, and it's the normal way. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is the last without objection, we'll close the public hearing. Mr. Patterson.
Yeah, the 2-year thing, I just really thought that because of past history, there's probably going to be no need. I don't really object to it. I just think it's probably not needed. But if that's how the council feels about it, I'll be fine with it. That area out there, for years and years, the circus has been operating out there without anybody really saying anything about it. The entrance to this will be off of State Road 44. I've talked to Mr. Pugh, and they're very aware of the problems with coming down Old New York. But there's a traffic problem there now, and it's not because of the flea market. I mean, you've got 2 restaurants that operate down there that are very busy. You have the train station down there that everybody travels down that road, plus you have all the residents. So I don't think you're adding that much to that issue, but the flea market people are not going to be going. Everybody gonna be, maybe a few of them will end up over there, but then they'll learn, because that is, a lot of those people come back and back every weekend. I have friends that were going to the old location almost every Saturday or Sunday to see what's going on. It's well liked. That location is the old original fairgrounds going back many, many, many years ago. And also there's a racetrack out there for, dirt track on there. So there's a lot of history with that location out there, and I think Mr. Pugh has worked very well with staff, and the flea market people are working very good. Mr. Chair, I move approval of case S-16-078 special exception for flea market on light industrial zone property located at 535 Fair Street, and with the recommended conditions of approval.
Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Ms. Denny's, Ms. Seaman.
Mr. Patterson, I want to clarify, those are the 10 conditions recommended by staff?
Yes, those are the same conditions that were recommended by staff.
Thank you.
And I believe approved also by the PLDRC.
6-0, wasn't it? Yeah. Any other questions or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimous. We will now move to item number 8. And Mr. Irvin.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management. In accordance with our ordinances, the PLDRC, Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, reviews applications for variances. They are the final deciding body in that. However, anyone who feels that they are aggrieved can appeal to the County Council. That is what you have before you today. This is pertaining to a single-family home that's located on approximately 7,500 square feet lot. It's in the Wilbur by the Sea area. The property owner, Ms. Eddington, initially contacted Volusia County staff in regards for permitting for a screen closure in the rear and side yard of her single-family home. This is a location that's shown on the screen. This is, again, pertaining to page 837 of your agenda packet. If we could get the aerial so we can get a flavor, this is, again, a single-family developed area out on the Barrier Island. And John is pointing out the location. When Ms. Eddington came in and contacted us initially to get a permit for the screen enclosure, it was indicated that where she wanted to place it was not in accordance with our setback requirements on the side and the rear for this type of structure. And she was informed that she would have to go through a variance procedure. She made application for that. Subsequently, that was withdrawn and refunded back to her. Went on our merry ways. Several years later, through, again, based on her statements at the PLDRC, she had been told that everything was copacetic and that she could go ahead and put up a screen enclosure. Unfortunately, she did so without permit and without the variance that was identified previously. One of our code enforcement officers, while going out and doing inspections, saw that this screen enclosure had been put up, double-checked to see if there were permits, saw that there were none. We contacted Ms. Eddington. She is now coming forward to get an after-the-fact variance and after-the-fact permits to allow the screen enclosure to remain. During the hearing at the PLDRC, Mr. Storch, who is representing Ms. Eddington, identified a variety of different situations. Specifically, looking at the site plan, you can see where the existing screen enclosure is located. It's basically on the northwest corner of the property. John, if we could go to the photographs. These are photographs that you will see also in Mr. Storch's presentation. This is the rear of the property from the west looking east. You can see the wall there. That is a retaining wall in order to maintain the elevation needed for the home. And then you'll see a 6-foot fence on top of that, and then the screen enclosure that's in question. This is, again, one of the concerns that was raised by Mr. Storch was the fact that there is a retaining wall there and that placement of the screen in accordance with our code would not necessarily make sense. If we could see the next one, please. And this is that previous picture was on page 08-48 of your agenda packet. On 08-49, this is taken from inside the house, looking basically towards the northwest, shows the existing screen enclosure and patio furniture. As you can see, the screen enclosure is placed on top of the property line, which is where the wall is located at. If we go to the next one, please. On page 08-50, again, it shows the screen enclosure now looking towards the southwest, and again, reflecting where the location of it is. Last. And then again, a little bit further clarification of the location of where the screen enclosure is. At the PLDRC meeting in January, the members reviewed both the staff presentation, which was a recommendation of denial because we have 5 criteria that we have to follow, and we are fairly consistent in doing so. We also offer recommendations that if the council commission feels that we are in error, an alternative to allow this. The commission made a recommendation for, or a motion to approve, which died 3-3 because it was a tie and one of our members was not present. So again, because of a 3-3 tie, the motion to approve was denied. As such, Mr. Storch has filed an appeal and is here today to basically provide the information to you about the variance. One item that I've been schooled on by our county attorney's office is also pertaining to ex parte communications, and also the fact that new evidence cannot be identified. It has to be based on what the information that was provided to the PLDRC.
Okay. We have several people who would like to speak. Oh, you're going to speak next, okay?
I'm the applicant.
I guess you'd be one of them.
And I would be one of them, right?
Council.
For the record, my name is Glenn Storch, and I'm the applicant in this case of the appeal. And thank you. And I have a PowerPoint. It's the exact same PowerPoint we did before the planning board, so I will not be providing any additional information other than what was provided to the planning board. I will tell you that this is an appeal of the planning board vote. As I told you, as Clay indicated, that was a 3-3 tie. You know, obviously, if there had been another member there, I think that would have been a different story, but there wasn't. And so one of the criteria you've talked about before as far as getting someone on that board is really important as quickly as possible. Now, I wanted to go into a little bit of history here if I can, because this is one of the things I did mention to the planning board as well. Because you have to have an understanding as to why this happened and how this happened. And so, I don't know if you know anything. Well, Melanie is a wonderful person. She's a friend, and she has gone through some personal hardships in the past, very difficult hardships. After those hardships, and after the death of her husband, she was attempting to provide a screen porch for her mother, who was blind. Mosquitoes were coming, were biting her. It was just a logical thing to do, to put a screen porch out there to deal with this. She did not have any experience with construction. She always relied upon her husband for these issues. And so she asked the firm if we could do it and do a variance for it. I said, yes, of course we can. We started that process. How I started the process, as you can imagine, is first of all, I asked, is there anyone who's going to object to this variance? You know, have you talked to your neighbors? Absolutely. Not a single neighbor has any problems with this whatsoever. They all agree with this. And unfortunately, like I say, during the process, when I was starting this process, Melanie had financial issues. Again, this was also the result of the death of her husband. And she needed the money back that we had applied for the variance for. We got that. We got a refund for her. We stopped the variance. Later on, as Clay has indicated, someone gave her bad advice. Someone indicated, you've got a building permit for this wall. You have full permits for this structure. You don't need a building permit to put a screen porch on there and in this location. It was bad advice. Unfortunately, she took it. She had the money at that time, so she went ahead and built the screen porch. Again, looking at this, all of her friends, all of her neighbors and everyone else had no problems with this whatsoever. It seemed like an easy thing to do. I will tell you that it is unusual, as you know, in code enforcement to have the county come out and attempt to do a code enforcement complaint. Typically, code enforcement is always complaint basis. It's based on neighbors or someone having a complaint with what you have done, not with the county making specific attempts to focus on someone and then going for a code enforcement issue. So anyway, in this case it did. After that happened, we had to go back to the variance. Now, I will tell you that in my opinion then, in my opinion now, the variance is warranted. There is absolutely no doubt that she is entitled to a variance on this particular case. Look at what she did, all right? She has a wall that's on the back, and this is the house itself, but I want to show you that's it. This structure, which is on the property line itself, which is raised, 4 or 5 feet, that structure was permitted by the county. Everything was done as it was supposed to be done. So, again, I can understand why she would think that there was no problem with this. What the county wanted her to do, apparently, to put a screen porch on there, is to move the screen porch back in 5 feet from this wall. So that means you'd have a ledge 5 feet on the outside of the screen porch where you could then fall off the ledge. I'm sorry, thank you. It made no sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me because when you're looking at a variance issue, you're looking at what you presently have. The hardship is the structure itself. The hardship is the fact that you've got a structure that allows for this particular location on this on the property area. And so I want to go through the conditions. 1, special conditions or circumstances exist. Obviously, this is the special circumstances exist on the land, structure, building, or sign. The special circumstances in this case are the building itself. The permitted construction and location of the retaining walls and locating the screen porch walls 5 feet away from the retaining wall would be dangerous and unattractive, and I also think will reduce values. Again, it makes no sense. That's your special circumstances in existence. Deprives right commonly enjoyed by other property owners. Again, if you have the right to put a structure on this location somewhere else, why wouldn't you be able to put a screen coming up further than that? And I want to point out as well, the other property owners in the area have no objection. In fact, during the planning board, we had folks who came to speak in favor of this variance, in favor of it. How often do you get that? So, by the way, most structures in this area do allow for backyards with little or no side yards. Whether this is the minimum necessary to make reasonable use of the property, building, structure, or sign. Well, again, due to the existing location of that structure and that wall, there is no other reasonable alternatives to the screen location. If you put it 1 foot in, it would be stupid. You'd have another 1 foot ledge. If you put it 3 foot in, it'd be stupid. So the only reasonable location is following the wall straight up. Whether the request is consistent with the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance and comprehensive plan, yes, it is consistent. It will create a more attractive single-family residence and neighborhoods, and I'm sure many of the neighbors also agree with us. As you saw from your package that you received, you have a number of property owners who have recommended this. You have a letter from the president of the Wilbur by the Sea Association recommending this. You have neighbors recommending this. You have all these neighbors here today to support this. Whether the request is injurious to the surrounding area, again, it is not injurious. I had one planning board member, and I got to point out, I should point out something. I received a very fair hearing before the planning board. The planning board chairman did his very best to provide a fair hearing. He tried to get someone to change their vote so it was a 4-2. But it was a very fair hearing. But there was one planning board member who said, "Oh, well, if you allow them to put the screen porch in, a fire truck can't get back there." Well, that made no sense to me because there's a wall there in that 5-foot area. So again, that's the sort of thing that I didn't particularly appreciate. It is not injurious to the surrounding area. The screen porch has no effect other than to improve the area. And so based on that, like I say, it makes no sense. It in fact meets the criteria for variance. For her to tear down that screen porch at this point and rebuild it would be cost prohibitive. And again, I want to point out that the neighborhood believes this is a good thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions of, okay, no questions of you. We have several, I'm assuming the neighbors that are here, there are 8 of you. If we give each of you 3 minutes, we'll be here for 24 more minutes before we hear you all say that you're in support of it. So I'm going to ask you if you would like to all stand. And I've got your names right here: Dale Hetzner, Susan Hetzner, Sue Burns, Robert Mills, Sylvia DeWolf, Arnold, I'm going to have to go with the last, gotcha, Melanie Eddington, and Abby Mills. All are standing in support of this.
I also have a letter from another adjoining property owner supporting it, but was not able to attend.
Thank you.
Put that in the record. Am I able to do that or not? All right, I won't do that.
Thank you very much for your support. Ms. Wheeler.
Oh, I was, sorry, a little premature.
Dr. Lowry.
When do you want us? Oh, sorry. When do you want us to reveal any ex parte communication?
Right now.
Right now. I did have a phone conversation with Mr. Storch in regard to this. To my recollection, there was nothing different than what was presented here today. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who's had ex parte communication on this issue?
Yes, I also did.
Ms. Wheeler?
Same thing, but nothing.
Nothing.
Ms. Denny's?
Nothing new.
Ms. Post? So those are indicating that they've had communications with this, and
Mr. Storch has been avoiding me, so there was no ex parte communication.
as has he avoided me. So that's fine. Dr. Lowry.
I just want to add one thing. I know the ones that are presently there in the area have no objection, but we cannot consider, I guess, at this time, there may be someone else that might move in there later that might object. But when I saw the pictures and everything, I didn't see anything there that would be any kind of a hindrance. So thank you.
Is that a motion? No. Ms. Wheeler.
I will make the motion, and I'm not sure how to word this, that I support the appeal, or how do I?
A case A17-016.
The appeal of variance denial, case V16-072 variance to minimum yard requirements for an accessible structure located at 4248 South Atlantic Avenue, Port Orange.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second by Dr. Lowry. Any other questions or comments? I too think it's kind of, I just got to make this comment. You have a wall and you put a screen on top of it. That wall was permitted. I would have assumed the same thing and probably been called in by code enforcement. Because if you're going to have the wall there, what is it going to hurt? And for anyone to say, move the screen enclosure 5 feet in so a fire truck can get there, we don't have any fire trucks that are that small. But that's my last comment on that. Ms. Denny's.
Just as comment on the PLDRC, and I think it was noted here that we desperately need one more appointment to PLDRC because we've only got 6 members, and we talked about not having a member here for a hearing. We got our very own PLDRC where this is going. We have tie votes as we're seeing. We need to get another appointment, and I'm not sure who that is, but just for the record, that's why this is so important to get another appointee there.
Ms. Post.
I just wanted to say, the PLDRC is very important, obviously, and the fact that they came up with a tie vote makes me, ask questions. But I think it's our role to really work on the common sense aspect and the quality of life, and I am in favor.
Dr. Lowry.
Yeah, I appreciate the work they do too, and I'm not big on people asking forgiveness rather than permission, and so I don't want this to be construed as just bring things up here and we'll just rubber stamp it, because the PLDRC does a really good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comment? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimous. And Mr. Patterson, on item 7, I heard you indicate in the course of your conversation that you did have conversation with Mr. Pugh, I believe, or were aware of it, and I took that as being ex parte communication on item 7. If you want to restate that for the record on item 7.
We had several conversations.
Know that any one of you
even before it was approved, and
right,
or even before it came, he'd called me a long time before that because he was thinking about the.
Just to clear that up, I was to make that a part of it, and am doing so. Now we'll move to item number 9. Mr. Irvin.
Thank you. We've received correspondence from attorneys representing both sides of this appeal. Joshua Wells from the firm of Wright and Casey, who is representing Mr. McIntyre, has requested a continuance, as has Mr. Jim Morris, who is representing Mr., and I cannot pronounce the last name correctly, so I'm going to apologize, Davidas, who is appealing as well. Both of the attorneys have requested a continuation. So before we do anything, the council needs to provide us direction as to whether or not to go forward with the continuation or if they're going to hear the appeal.
Is there a motion to grant continuation of this item? I think there was a minimum of 120 days. Was that what I understood or not?
No.
No?
No.
Not.
What's the purpose for request?
Yeah, Chairman, if I may, I heard you earlier. I'm Jim Morris on behalf of one of the appellants. I heard your discussion earlier. We'll proceed.
Okay. The request has been withdrawn. There's not a request for that.
I'll mirror those statements. We originally requested just, as Councilman Patterson noted earlier, the potential for an adverse vote. We wanted the full vote of the council, but given the comments of the council earlier, we withdraw the request as well. So
And your name is, please?
Oh, sorry, Josh Wells, Wright and Casey, 340 North Causeway, New Smyrna.
Well, I guess the items that we thought were going to be withdrawn or continued, Mr. Deneen, are continuing on with no adverse impacts. So, Mr. Irvin.
Thank you very much. This is as similar to the last case. The PLDRC is the deciding body in regards to variances. The applicant, Mr. McIntyre, had requested variances to allow for a construction of a single-family home on a lot down in the Bethune Beach area. It's on a property approximately 3,048 square feet. John, if you could please get the location map so we can let folks know where we're talking about. This is on page 0945 of your agenda packet. That shows you the generalized location of the lot in question. Mr. McIntyre wishes a variance to develop the property for a single-family home. Again, this is an older lot that does not meet the minimum area requirements or dimensional requirements for this area. And as such, staff reviewed first and foremost, is it a viable, buildable lot? As y'all may be aware, in 1980, we came forward with a unified zoning code, in which case we established standardized zoning requirements in regards to dimensions of the lot and minimum areas of the lot within specific zoning categories. As part of that, we were identifying those lots that were created prior to this the establishment of the unified zoning districts would be considered legal nonconforming and possibly developable in the future, because we did not want to have the new zoning ordinances create nonconformances for existing developed pieces. In doing so, we also established a condition where if a property owner owned several contiguous non-conforming lots, they would be required to combine them into one piece, such that it would be, maximize the potential for conforming lots. In this particular situation, I'm going to reference, I believe it's first and foremost, Exhibit 1 on page 0912 of your agenda packet. This provides you a rough sketch of the ownership. What you'll see is Mr. Cody James McIntyre is identified as the owner of the property that we're reviewing today. To the north is James and Karen McIntyre, and to the east, I'm sorry, how do you pronounce it? Vistas. Thank you, sir. Mr. Vistas is the property owner to the east. Staff requires, as part of a review of any application, a letter verifying that the ownership of this property is such that we do not have a situation where lot combinations are required. In this particular situation, Cody James McIntyre owns solely that parcel that we're reviewing today. However, James and Karen McIntyre own the property to the north. Based on how we've interpreted our codes and everything else in the past, those are therefore considered two separate ownerships. So from a staff perspective, and in accordance with our past practices in regards to being able to identify that as a developable lot, it is. Now, because it is not meeting all of our requirements in regards to dimensional requirements, there's a series of variances that have to go forward in order to get approval for building permits on this property. Those were the issues that were raised in front of the PLDRC. The PLDRC agreed with staff in that, yes, it could be a developed lot, and looked at the other options. Now, I'd like you to look at page 915 of your agenda packet, if I could have that up there, please, John. This is known as Exhibit 3. This is a plot plan that reflects the size of the building that could be constructed if it complied with all of the minimum setbacks that are required for this zoning district. So what you see in the rear is a rear setback of 20 feet. Along the front is a 25-foot setback, and on the side is a 7-foot setback on either side. It results in a footprint of 524 square feet. As you can see, the depth varies from 16 feet 8 inches on the east side to a shallow depth of 12 feet 8 inches on the south and north sides. This is what was provided in regards to analyzing why the variances were required. If we could have the next page, please. That's Exhibit 4 on page 916 of your agenda packet. This reflects the request from Mr. McIntyre in regards to the variances so that he could develop the lot for a single-family home. What he's requested is a 5-foot setback in the rear so that the 20-foot setback would go to 15. He requested a 5-foot setback variance in the front to allow that to go to 20 feet from the 25. It results in a footprint of 881 square feet with a depth on the south side of 26 feet 8 inches and on the north 22 feet 8 inches. The reason why we're presenting that to you is staff reviewed all of the criteria that are contained in our code in regards to award of a variance. Our number one goal was to make sure that it was a reasonable and the minimum variance available to allow for the use of the property. All of this has occurred because this is not a result of the property owner. There was takings in regards to roadways, and also the fact that you had a legal non-conforming lot to begin with results in a situation where you had a lot of a smaller size that, in order to be developed, needed these variances. Staff recommended approval to all the variances requested. The PLDRC reviewed the application, found that it could be developed. However, recommended only approval of the variances that pertained to the development of the lot as well as the front. They did not approve the rear yard setback variance of 5 feet and required them to comply with a 20-foot rear yard setback. You have a very unique situation today in that Mr. Wells, who's representing the property owner, is requesting that you review this and come up with a finding that the PLDRC made an error in denying the rear yard setback. Mr. Mortis, representing Mr. Vitas, wants you to first and foremost not grant the variance to allow the lot to be developed, and also to not, and if you decide to allow the lot to be developed, to please strike down the variance that the PLDRC awarded to the front. So you have two different perspectives coming into the decision from the PLDRC. I would assume that you'll need to make basically a decision as to, can the lot be developed as a non-conforming lot, and as such does it need the variance for that to be developed, and then in regards to the variances to the front and rear, whether or not you're upholding with the PLDRC or if you're going to come up with an alternative. As you can see, both parties have their attorneys represented here, and so I will be glad to sit down now at that point, and if there's any questions for staff, I'll be glad to answer them.
Okay, and let's see, we have Mr. Morris. We'll go with you first. I do not have a card for, but I'm assuming that you're with the applicant.
Chairman, certainly you are schooled in procedure, but I would say that the applicant's application is the first on your agenda. I turned my application in when I came in, my notice when it came in. So if it's your pleasure for me to go first, I will, but actually their item is first on the agenda. It's 17 and 18, I'm 18.
Okay, then we'll go with that. I was just going by the cards, and he didn't have a card filled out. Normally, we would accept you as representing the applicant, so.
Okay, I understand it's not exactly normal the way that we're presenting this today, so.
Well, this issue is not normal.
Right.
Just making that statement.
Once again, Josh Wells, representing the applicant in this case, Ricky Schrader, 340 North Causeway, New Smyrna Beach. As we just heard, what I'd like to focus on here is the result of the staff report and what they came up with in their analysis of this property.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
Sorry, I came into this process a little bit late, so I am representing the applicant. So in their analysis of the property and whether or not it's developable, what they looked at were the 5 criteria for a variance. They dispensed pretty quickly with whether or not the property was a developable substandard lot, and we agree with that. Just as a preliminary matter, the issue of whether or not the applicant and the owner of the property to the north are in fact separate people. They are, and we do actually have the father of the owner of the property here with us today that can...
Let me stop you here just for a second. Sure. We have the 2 issues, Clay. One, first of all, is it developable based upon ownership is one of the issues. Is that correct, Mr. Morris? Would it be okay with the 2 attorneys if we addressed one part first and then the second part?
I have no objection to that, Mr. Chairman.
Would you be okay with that? We'll address the part on whether or not the ownership is detrimental to the development process. Can we do that, Clay?
Sure. Just to help out with the discussion, if everyone would please turn to page 9-32.
Mr. Chair, I think Ms.
Yes.
Seaman wants...
Pardon? Ms. Seaman.
I think I can cut this real short. The staff determined that it was a developable lot. That is a zoning enforcement official appeal. That is not an appeal from the PLDRC. That appeal is not before you today, and as much as I appreciate Mr. Morris's interpretation and the fact that we have title information that indicates they're 2 separate owners, I do not believe that issue is before you today. I believe that it is a separate developable lot, and we can move forward with the assumption.
Okay. Well,
thank you.
I made that assumption myself, but I was never informed that that was the case. Mr. Morris?
Yes, sir. This is the first time I've heard those words uttered.
Me too.
But I'm not going to waste your time on that. We can
Thank you.
proceed to the issues.
Okay, that solves that, Clay, so we'll move to the item of the variance.
Yes, sir. If you go to page 9-32 under staff recommendation, it's Roman numeral 5, staff recommendation. You'll see variance 1, 2, and 3. If you want to address those individually and allow each party to talk about each one of those variances, that will address the concerns. And so then that way you'll be able to take it down one item at a time. And so therefore the first one is to allow construction on a substandard size lot. And that's what the main issue is.
Okay.
Thank you.
You okay with that? Both of you okay on that?
Sure.
Counselors?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
everyone okay up here?
No, I'm not at all. I thought we just said it's a buildable lot.
Understand, but
Okay.
it still has to have a variance.
I think that with that question out of the way, each of us has our own side to take, argue our case, present everything. I'll argue mine, and then we can have a decision from the council. I don't see the reason to separate them into 3 parts.
Okay.
So that, I think Mr. Wells may agree with that. I'm not sure.
yeah, I'm
It's
fine with
the
just...
variance part of the buildable lot that we're talking about now. It's buildable to 500 and some odd square feet as it sits. They're asking for a variance to allow it to go to 800 and something square feet.
Correct.
With a front and back setback. Is that correct?
Correct.
Like, that is correct? Yes. I think that's correct, Ms. Denny's.
Ms. Seaman?
Okay.
Well, that's what it is.
It's a substandard lot. It is a separate lot.
Right.
So the variances you're looking at, as I understand it, are the square footage of the house and the front yard or rear yard setback. Do we agree on that, or do we not agree on that?
That's what we're discussing, whether to allow the variances to the front and the back.
So there is a third variance there to allow development on a substandard lot, which is variance number 1 that was granted by the PLDRC. And what I think we're both going to do is just present our case going down 1 through 3.
I'm not purposely interrupting this proceeding. The ruling is
no, I
it's
understand.
a substandard lot. The code actually does require a variance
To build.
to allow construction
To
on a
construct on
substandard
a
lot.
substandard lot,
Of
yes.
anything, even if it's compliant with dimensions. And I do have argument as it relates to what you permit on the substandard lot.
Okay.
Because it's not a given that you just get whatever you want. So I acknowledge it's a substandard lot. I do have argument in relation to what you ought to allow as you make that threshold decision.
Right.
I will try not to get back up again. I'm sorry, Mr. Wells.
If you do, I'm going to count that off of your 3 minutes. Can we hold just 1 second? Jamie, you. Sorry. We're now ready to proceed. Sorry about the short delay, but we do want to get it right because this is very important.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so going back to the staff report, and with respect to that first variance that was requested to construct on a substandard lot, we fully agree with the staff report and we fully agree with the PLDRC's determination that it's a substandard lot. The construction should be allowed on that lot. And really what we're focusing on here is variances 2 and 3, which were the variances to the front and side or front and rear yard setbacks, 5 feet each to those variances to construct a house of what the staff called reasonable size. And going through the 5 variance criteria in the staff report, they did a little bit of a historical analysis of the lots themselves and how they came to be the size that they are. And through that analysis, they showed that back in the 60s, the right-of-way for Turtle Mound Road was taken from the front of those lots, which created this substandard lot, which created this lot that had been reduced by approximately 40% by the taking of that road. But this lot was created well before the 1980 enactment of the zoning ordinances in Volusia County. So with those 2 first criteria, that there are special conditions that exist on the property that would require a variance, and that those conditions were the result of actions that were not the actions of the applicant or owner, they found those pretty quickly that they applied because of these takings that happened back in the 60s for the Turtle Mound roadway. So again, we agree wholeheartedly with those. The PLDRC found those as well. There also doesn't seem to be very much dispute about the 5th requirement for the grant of a variance, and I only say that because there didn't appear to be much specific direction to that particular requirement in the Mr. Morris's client, their letter of appeal to the grant of the variances. And that requirement is that the grant of the variance will be in harmony with the general intent and purpose of the LDC and the comp plan, and that it will not be injurious to the neighbors and the neighborhood involved. And if you look around the area, we can see on the aerial maps that are part of the staff report, there are many other houses in this neighborhood, excuse me, and you can see actually the house directly to the south, to the right there as you're looking at the property. That house was also constructed by the applicant, as he mentioned in his letter of appeal. He requested the exact same variances for the construction of that house. They were analyzed in the exact same way by the exact same staff. They went through the PLDRC and those variances were granted. And again, that was in the applicant's letter of appeal. So this 5th requirement that it's not injurious to the surrounding neighborhood and the surrounding properties in the district, again, it wasn't touched on very heavily by either the staff or the opposition in this case. So what I'd like to focus on are, excuse me, the requirements 3 and 4, just 3 and 4 in the staff report and in the requirements for a variance. And those requirements say that the literal interpretation of the provisions of the ordinance would deprive the owner, deprive the applicant of reasonable rights that are afforded to other properties in the district. And as I just mentioned, if you look directly to the south, the house that was constructed there relatively recently has been afforded everything that we've asked for in this case, that the applicants asked for in this case, and received those property rights on a property which is actually slightly larger than the property that we're talking about. It was also a substandard lot at the time, but you know, it's a little bit larger. And what the staff did in their report was to go through and determine whether or not the house that could be constructed without the grant of any of these variances would in fact be reasonable, given the surrounding neighborhood, given the houses next door and behind it and in front of it. And they found that no, it would not be reasonable, and that in fact, in their words, it would be abnormally small for the neighborhood. And you can see that on the site plan that showed the dimensions that were put up there earlier. The north wall of the house without the variances would have been approximately 12 feet. It was the other one. But with a north wall on the house of approximately 12 feet, you know, I don't know what kind of car most of you drive, but most people have cars that are longer than 12 feet. I certainly do. You know, a double wide trailer or a single wide trailer is 15 feet. So it's a very small house for the neighborhood, and the staff went out of their way to note that, even in their analysis of requirement 4, calling it exceptionally small and of incompatible size with the neighborhood. And that's on the staff report under their analysis of the requirement of the variance for number 4. And to that, the requirement to grant a variance, the fourth requirement to grant a variance under the LDC, there's a little bit of confusion here, I think, in the analysis or the application of what this text actually means. So the fourth requirement says that the variance is the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the land, building, or structure. Okay, it's not the minimum variance required, and it's not the minimum use required. It's the minimum variance required for reasonable use. And what the staff did is they analyzed all of these facts and circumstances of the parcel and said, if we don't grant these variances, it's not going to be a reasonable use. So that's why the staff made their recommendation of approval of that fourth requirement of a variance in this case, because they looked at the size of the property of the floor plan without the variances and said, this is an extremely small house. It's an abnormally small house, to use their terms, an exceptionally small house, to use their terms, and it would be incompatible with the size of the neighborhood. Again, analyzing the rights given to neighboring property owners. So, with respect to how this went through at the PLDRC, you are kind of put in a position to choose whether or not the specific grant of the two variances was applied consistently with the findings of the staff report, or whether or not there was sufficient evidence to say that there was some reason why it should have been denied at the PLDRC level. And we really don't believe that there is, because in the staff report you have everything that you need. You have the staff's historical analysis of the property to determine the size of the property and its nature as a buildable lot. You have the staff's analysis of the surrounding properties to determine whether or not it's consistent with the rights given to those properties. And you have their analysis of whether or not it's a reasonable use to allow a 12-foot deep house to go on a parcel. So it's our position that the staff was correct in their analysis. They had all the facts and information they needed to apply that in context to the 5 requirements of the variance, and that all 3 variants should be granted and approved for construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morris.
Yes, sir. I'm here on behalf of the opposing property owner, the Vistas family. They live immediately, they have a house under construction immediately east of the subject property. They have, in other words, it's towards A1A. So when we talk about the condemnation of the road to construct Turtle Mound, or what I call new A1A versus old A1A, my client's house is on old A1A. They have a 3,000 square foot lot. They have built in compliance with all required setbacks by the county code. So that as you look at the variance requests, you have 3. The first is to a variance to allow construction on a substandard lot. What you allow there is determined by your decision. You have a request in 2 and 3 to give dimensional relief to the applicant. Now, in regard to the arguments that I have in regard to ownership, what I know is that the applicants have a piece of property next door referred to by Mr. Wells as the applicant. This is a piece of property that I think is being developed for speculative purposes, which is maybe neither here nor there, but what's important is that it is a given that variances aren't granted for economic reasons. That doesn't create a peculiar situation. The other thing that's clear in all the case law, and your attorneys will advise you, is that a variance to one property does not set precedent for another property. The third thing that you've got to keep in mind is it is not our duty to prove that they aren't entitled. It's their duty to prove that they are entitled. And to do that, they need to present to you substantial, competent evidence that supports their point of view. Their reliance is upon the staff report. And when you look at the staff report, you don't see any evidence that compares square footage or does anything other than simply look at things and say, well, that's kind of a little house. Now, Mayor Kelly comes from Ormond Beach, and you probably know that house built on the river, I think, was built by Judge Matthews, that if you look at it from the front, it looks wide, but on the side, it's a quite narrow house. It was built code compliant, and it's a riverfront house in Ormond Beach. Now, my clients are the people that are immediately to the east of this property, so anything that hurts their value, they are obviously concerned about. They don't think having a house that meets code requirements will cause them a problem if this home is built consistent with the code standards applicable by the county. And the planning board granted the front yard variance, but did not grant the rear yard variance because that's the part that goes towards my client's property. The front yard variance is one that goes towards A1A, and what I would say to you there is no requirement for an enclosed garage. And the argument here is that they need enough space in the width of the base of the house, the first floor, to accommodate a garage, but there is no garage requirement. And I will say to you that I don't have any confusion about what criteria number 4 means. Criteria number 4 is the variance granted is the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the land, building, structure, or sign. What your zoning ordinance requires is what it defines to be reasonable use. The applicable zoning requires 1,000 square feet. This house has a 524 square foot footprint. It is proposed to be 3 stories high. First floor garage, second and third floor occupiable space. That computes to 1,048 square feet. So that they have reasonable use as defined by the ordinance. And when you look at the staff report, the words that ring in my mind are that the staff finds that it isn't commensurate. What is commensurate in relation to a house? You have a bathroom, you have a bedroom, and you have a place to prepare food. By Volusia County Code, that makes a residential structure. Now, is one as valuable as the other? Depends on what you put in there. But from a code perspective of defining reasonable use, the code defines reasonable use by the minimum standards imposed. And the fact is, and it's demonstrated by the reference at page 915 of your staff report, which is the application of just a substandard lot variance, it shows a home can be built there. Would it be the best home for the market that someone could build and hope to get the most money for when they sell it? I would say probably not. But I would say that what you have is a record completely absent of any evidence that shows that there is some physical hardship with the property. In fact, this is part of the old Bethune subdivision, divided many, many years ago, and there are lots of all sorts of sizes, shapes, and colors down there, different configurations of homes. And every square inch that can be packed there is being packed there. And while the substandard lot definition may technically be met because you haven't revised your code, I would suggest to you that the fact that you got an owner that bought one property, the main lot they live on, in 2014, and I think the lot that's before you now in 2016, it's playing games with your code. They are adjacent property owners. It's a 3,000 square foot piece of property that's adjacent to their house, which is it's over 3,000 square feet next door. So as you look at this, variances don't set a standard for you to grant another variance. Reasonable use is defined by the Land Development Code, and reasonable use can be accomplished as depicted in section 915. So that is why I think you should deny variances number 2 and 3. If there's a ruling that it's substandard lot, and I know that there has been, then you have to make a decision as it relates to what should be appropriate on the property. And I think from the perspective of the first floor to be a garage, there's no necessity for it, and 2 stories would be reasonable, but certainly in no instance should you grant the rear yard setback. My clients have built on a similar size lot and met all the code requirements. They've got substantial investment in what they're building, and in the letter that I sent to you, which was my ex-parte communication to all of you, I had an aerial depiction which showed their house under construction. It's further along than in that picture now, but they're rapidly finishing that piece of property. So Bethune Beach has been a problem area. I know that you all know that over time. I know, Mayor, you know that in a very high rent neighborhood, you've got a house that's very narrow on the river that's been something completely adequate for that property owner. It's been there quite some period of time. And there's no showing by the applicant that entitles them to the grants that they are requesting. And I know that Mr. Wells came into the case late, but he's bound by the petition filed by the builder for the applicant, which is at page 9.5 of your application. And when you look at that, all that you see is financial arguments as to why the variance should be granted. It simply should not be granted. It fails to comport with Florida law. It fails to comport with the Land Development Code, and you should deny both variances 2 and 3. And that means you would overturn the planning board as to the front yard variance and simply stand with the planning board on denial of the rear yard variance. Thank you, Chairman.
Without objection, we'll close the public hearing portion of this proceeding. However, I will allow council to, if there are questions, we need to ask of them. Are there any questions? That's what we just had. I just closed it. Sorry. Yeah, Ms. Dennis.
Thank you. Thank you. So there's no more public participation? Thank you, sir. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was heard. Looking at both sides of this, and I think you have to go back almost to the original intent in this, and first thing that I think is clear is it's consistent with the neighborhood. I think this home is consistent with the existing neighborhood, and this, if I had to put this in a category, this is a personal property rights issue, and unfortunately, it has been subjected to previous injury from the taking of Turtle Mound Road out there through, it just is what it is in that particular location. So to use Ormond Beach with what's going on in Bethune Beach is apples and oranges and crates and everything else thrown in between that just doesn't work very genuinely because of what happened out there with Turtle Mound Road and that taking. That's clear. So with that, and having had multiple conversations with staff on this, I am going to, because it is consistent with the neighborhood and because of what I just said, I'm going to make a motion to uphold the PLDRC hearing and staff recommendation number 1 that it is a buildable lot, and move to approve the variance to section 72-2061 to allow construction on a substandard size lot, and variance to a variance for front yard from the required 25 feet to 20 feet for proposed single-family dwelling. And make sure that I'm saying this right. I know you're looking at me, so I'm upholding the PLDRC hearing and staff recommendation. It's a buildable lot. I'm approving the appeal of the rear variance setback for allowing for a 15-foot setback, and the motion includes upholding the variance appeal by PLDRC for the front setback. All of these variances subject to the 5 staff recommended conditions.
Perfect. Very clear.
Is that good?
Affirm, affirm, reverse.
What?
What she
Affirm, affirm, reverse.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I have, sir.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
The motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing no discussion.
The second was by Mr. Chair. The second, Mr. Lowry. Thank you.
We'll call the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you both for your patience in getting through this issue, and appreciate it. Making it move today instead of having to come back. And for those of you who may have noticed some individuals walk in, those are tomorrow's leaders. Stand up and let us see what tomorrow's look like today.
All right.
And how long we're going to give you a hand, because if you're here today, you're leaders today. And you have visions of being leaders tomorrow, but you're actually leaders today, because we live in the today and we look for tomorrow. And we don't live in the past. So you got to keep moving on. It's the is, the was, and the will be. So you're in the is right now, so you're leaders right now as far as I'm concerned and as far as we're concerned. So thank you for taking your time to come out and enjoy some of the things that we do at the County Council, which is work through issues, as you all work through issues of your own each and every day. They may not be as complex as trying to provide setbacks and buildable garages or not, but they are complex, and we do appreciate you. And while you're here, we would like for each one of you, you want to get in that picture too? Okay. But we would like to present you with a Volusia County pin that you can carry with you. And if all of you want to do that?
Mr. Chair, could we have a 10-minute recess?
you guys just have a seat, take a break, and we'll come back and present you the pins. Take a 10-minute recess.
Okay.
Sorry? Okay. Okay, those of you who want to stay and pass out the pins,
I just thought we could get down there and just go down.
I think that would be better.
Going down. That's why I said call for a 10-minute
Right.
recess. That's what my
Thank
point was.
Jeff's, I'm sure, ready. I'm waiting for an okay that we can start back. Jeff said he's good. You're good? Okay, we'll go to item number 11. No, actually, item 10, right? And Mr. Brenton.
Good morning.
You're on schedule. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of council. Jerry Brenton, County Engineer. Before you is an item that deals with establishing right-of-way that is presumed to be dedicated to the public along Oatstein,
Maytown Road.
Hopefully we didn't lose the Oatstein Maytown Road. Florida statute allows the state as well as local governments to essentially make claim to ownership of land that is adjacent to public roads that have been maintained for many years by that public agency. And that's the situation in this case. Oatstein Maytown Road runs about 22 miles across the western part of the county, eastern part, and it's a mixture of platted right-of-way, some deeded, and what's been maintained by the county for over 30 years. This item is associated with, the need for this item is associated with item number 11 that's coming up, a regional trail. There's a section we're proposing to go along the frontage of Oatstein Maytown Road. So it's necessary to establish what is owned by the county, because we will be recommending purchase of additional right-of-way beyond what's maintained by the county. So this section from 1,300 feet west of River Oaks to Pale Road is the section that we're dealing with here. And there you can see it. We've had the right-of-way surveyed. We've had our road and bridge staff who are responsible for maintaining the public rights-of-way beyond just mowing. This includes cleaning ditches and cleaning trash out of the ditches and removing sediment in the ditches, as well as the pavement. So working with the Road and Bridge Department and our surveyors, we have surveyed the outside limits of what the county has been maintaining. And in most instances, on the south side as well as on the north, the maintained area goes to the back side of the maintained drainage swell or ditch. And in a good bit of this section, it's quite deep, the ditch, and the back slope is only 4 or 5 feet of distance. So
does it go to the top of the swale or to
goes to the top of the back of the ditch?
Okay.
And most people recognize that. They have fences along there. That's where the tree line is. But that's the only area that the county has maintained for many years. So this is the maintenance map is very detailed, but it establishes by survey and legal description what we're proposing to essentially claim ownership to. And Florida statute allows you to establish this, and then if you adopt it, it can be recorded with the clerk of the circuit court. And unless there's any further questions on that, I would recommend that the council approve the maintenance map for recording with the clerk of the circuit court. I will mention that every property owner that this affects has been notified and received a copy of the maps.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Brenton? Ms. Denny's.
Just a bigger picture question, Jerry. This is important to our trail system. This is integral to completing the trail system. Is that a fair
Yes, it
statement?
is. We have this on many, many roads throughout Volusia County. This isn't unique. We typically only bring this forward when we have a public project where it requires the establishment of it, because the next item speaks to needing to purchase an additional 30 feet from our right-of-way. And this needs to establish, because our right-of-way in this section on the south side doesn't include, the platted does not include all of the ditch. So what we're saying, we have maintained that ditch. There's strong evidence that we have. You can go out there, you can see where they've scooped out the bottom when all the debris and the sediment runs. So it's establishing the limits of the current ownership by the county, and then from there we'll use that as the northernmost boundary of what we're proposing for the 30-foot easement for the trail.
Do we have a motion of the recording of the maintenance map for Osteen Maytown Road, which would establish right-of-ways limits presumed to be dedicated for public based on historical maintenance records? Would be a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any additional discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimously, and since you're standing there, we'll move to item 11, Mr. Brenton.
Okay, thank you. For the record, Jerry Brenton, the county engineer. Before you, as I alluded to, is an item that we're bringing before you to establish the alignment for the East Central Regional Rail Trail, which for the most part follows the abandoned or former Florida East Coast Railroad, FEC Railroad alignment. Most of it was 100 feet in width. State of Florida several years ago purchased a majority of the property from the FEC Railroad, but there were instances where they could not establish clear title or insurable title. So they did not purchase those areas. And, whoop. I think I need some technical help here. We'll go to the first slide there.
It's coming.
Okay, before you here is the regional system. This is just giving you a little bit of background how large this system is. It's a combination of the Spring Trail and the East Central Regional Rail Trail. Of this, of what you see on that system, which is over 70 miles, over 53 miles is either completed or under contract for construction. And what you see circled there is this 3.5 mile piece that is this project, of which, of the 3.5 miles, 3/4 of a mile was not purchased by the state of Florida. Go to the next slide. This one shows a little more of a blow up on an aerial. You can see the beginning. I'm going to do this. Right, and this area is the beginning, and here's the end of it. Everything except what's shown in blue was purchased by the state of Florida, and the proposed alignment obviously is within that 100 feet that was purchased. This is 4,000 feet that the next slides will show you that we've evaluated alternatives to establish what we believe is the least impactful and the most prudent alternative to recommend to you. Let me clear this. This is the graphic that's in your package. It begins at Guys Road, where the trail currently terminates, to the west. This goes to the east. You can see that there's multiple property owners that are on either side of the 100 feet of right-of-way that was, as I said, purchased by the state of Florida. They have, Ms. Siemens has advised that they have purchased a title insurance policy, so they believe they have clear title to it. And county has a lease to use it for trail purposes. And in some instances, you'll note that homes are fairly close to it. It's where the railroad used to run. And it continues on to the east. As you can see, the property owners are listed there. And again, all property owners adjacent or impacted, they were notified of this 4 weeks ago, and they received all the maps and materials and advised. We gave them a link to this council date so they would know, when it would be heard. Okay, as we go, that was the first 1.25 miles. This begins the next 3/4 of a mile. That's 4,000 feet. And you can see that, see if I can make this work. In this area, you can see that there's the 100 feet of where the railroad used to occupy. It's 1,300 feet long by 100 feet deep. The state apparently they were not able to establish clear title. There's another property owner, it's listed there as St. John's Development Corporation, that has claim to it through quick claims, etc. We've had our title company look at it. They have advised, without a lot of research, that they would require, if we were to acquire that we would need to, it deeded to us from both the FEC and the St. John's Development Corporation. So state couldn't establish that FEC owned it clear and free and clear, so they did not purchase it. It's a vacant piece of property. It's zoned A1, which requires 10 acres. It is only 3 acres, very narrow. To the south is zoned A2, which requires 5 acres. This is only 3 acres. So even under A1 or A2, you can see they're large parcels. We believe this is essentially an undevelopable piece of property. Highest and best use most likely is assemblage purchased by either property owners to the north or to the south. So we evaluated 2 alternatives, which is at the minimum that's necessary. If you have to go through condemnation, which is always a very bad term, eminent domain, if you don't have a willing seller and we're not able to negotiate. So we evaluate alternatives. So you can see in dark blue is the alternative that swings to the north upon that large parcel, then goes along the frontage of Maytown Road. We're showing a 30-foot easement on the west side and along the frontage of that parcel in the dark blue. In this section, light blue is indicating what staff is recommending as the preferred alignment. In this section, it's somewhat debatable. In this one, it could go either way, in our opinion. Why it's preferred on the light blue is simply that we don't believe it has any developability, just value of it is an assemblage to the north and to the south. Property owner has contacted us, and they would prefer that we don't go through it. As well as other property owners in this area have recommended that we don't use that we go to the frontage of that property owner that's to the north.
Jerry, what we're looking at here, you're talking about the turquoise or lighter blue, which is the road that would have gone through the 3 acres that we couldn't acquire.
Yes.
You're suggesting then that it go north, although the alternative trail, which is a darker blue, goes to the south before proceeding on. Is that correct?
Well, I'm speaking to the one that's circled versus this one. Right. I haven't gone beyond that in this discussion.
Okay.
That's all. Okay, that's all we're talking about.
Yeah.
I guess I jumped ahead of you.
So the circle to the oval to the north is
To
the
that point.
alternative to the light blue. But we have received, and I think all council members were copied on emails, some of you individually, with some property owners to the east and to the south that have, while they're not directly impacted, have suggested that it should go on the dark blue, the one along the frontage.
And that's why I'm confused, because it appears, since we don't have right to use that 3 acres that you originally had circled, that it would have to go toward Maytown Road.
Well, let me clarify. The circle on the top.
I've got 2 circles on mine. Did I put one on there?
All right, this one. This one right here.
Okay.
Okay, that dark blue.
Right.
It's not practical to go in the public right of way
Understand
because of
that.
the ditch.
That's what I
So
thought.
we would have to acquire an additional 30 feet to the south on that person's property. The light blue goes through a parcel we would have to acquire. At minimum of 30 feet, we would offer more than likely to purchase the whole 100 foot because it doesn't have any developable potential.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sorry.
Ms. Seaman.
I
me see if
I was looking at the map. Sorry.
I know, I got your attention. Let me see if I can help out here. Either of these routes, either the light blue going through St. John's Development Corporation or the dark blue route going up adjacent to our right-of-way along Maytown will require acquisition.
Right.
Either one.
Right.
So, and ultimately, if we are not able to do it at an arm's length transaction, you will end up with an eminent domain action. I think staff's preference would be to go through what is the old railbed, which is the St. John's Development Corporation.
Right.
And so Mr. Britton needs direction as we move along this route, whether we're going to go up and acquire from the property owner on the north, or whether we're going to acquire from the St. John's Development Corporation. And each one of these decisions, as we move further and further to the east, will start to align the trail.
I was kind of aware of that. I was just looking at the next section, I guess, when I was looking at.
Okay.
When you get there, and if
I'll go there.
All right. You're basically saying you really have to go through the St. John's property to get to point that I just put mark. To get to there, you want to go from the blue line, from the yellow straight across is your preferred route, but you have to acquire that property to do that, to get to that point before you then go.
Then you have
north or
another
south.
decision of which way to go.
Okay. So we know that we have to do that.
Yes.
So I've got that part of it. Now I've gotten us to the next point.
Okay. The next point.
Assuming that we have to acquire the property, it's going to put us where I guess my little drawings are not showing up, are they? Okay. I thought I had done that. Anyway, okay.
Did it show up? Did this mark show up?
No.
No.
I did that and it didn't do anything either. Not clear.
Talk about here.
Yeah, here's where we are. We're getting that.
That's where we are now.
We're getting to that point, and that's the way we have to go, because to go the dark blue line up toward Maytown Road wouldn't be accessible to go across that way, is what you're basically saying.
No.
No?
No, I'm
Mr.
saying.
Chair, Mr. Chair, if I can add, historically, what's gone on is we showed you 2 alternatives. Jerry's showing the dark blue alternative because you've gotten complaints from some citizens that they'd prefer that you acquire the property to the north of their property up near Maytown Road.
I've read those.
Right.
I understand that part.
The light blue line, Jerry's is the preferred route because
Right.
historically the council has had the following points. 1, they try to acquire property as much if they can to give buffer to the trail. Number two, they try to keep the trail as far away from the road as they can so it's a real trail, and because of danger. The closer we get it to Maytown Road, especially if people have young kids, that's really a problem. So that's why the preferred would be the St. John's. You could stay further away from the road, and you have a safety buffer if we acquire all of the property.
Right, and that was my assumption, and that's what I was referring to. I was getting us preferred to go straight across in that light blue to the point which is not showing up apparently anywhere.
Yeah, it's on there now.
We're at
There it
that
is.
point.
We're there, and that's where you need to go that way to get there by acquiring the property. Now we're there to go, you
And Mr.
reach
Chair, whether we're on the light blue or the dark blue,
right,
we still can go along the frontage, or we can go down to the other.
we can or cannot go the
We
frontage.
can.
Okay,
We can, that's why they connect.
okay.
So this could have gone along here.
Mr. Lowry has a
Okay, the light blue on the right that you just hit with the red line, where we go back along the road.
It
That's
would-
the preferred route. Why? Because if we're thinking to keeping it off the road, then why is that the preferred route?
Right, Jerry.
In other words,
Because-
here, well, I guess I need to push my little button here, but I'll use a different color. Here, we're along the road.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, why is that preferred as to the other? The reason I'm asking is because if that is going to be along the road and we can keep people happy over here, then why wouldn't we just come up here and go all the way down that road? Even though it is along the road, I know it's a little more dangerous, but we're already going to be along the road if we do the preferred route. That was my
Understood.
question. Okay.
that was my
The uniqueness of this first segment we've been discussing
going.
is that there is that 100-foot strip, 1,300 feet long, that's not developable. And in it itself, it provides a buffer. So this piece here, since it's a single strip owned by a separate entity, and it's 100 feet, and a trail is only 12 feet, it goes through the middle, you have tree buffer on either side. It's unique in that exists in that section. If that 100 feet hadn't been protected and it was just part of the adjacent lots, we would have recommended it go on the frontage. Did I
All
lose
right.
you?
Those, yeah, and that's fine. Where you have your red line, those 4 lots that are underneath there, are those the people that are writing to us?
No, sir.
Okay, so the people that
Their
we're getting-
homes are pretty far back.
Okay, so the emails we're getting are from these people that are along that red line right now that you just
No,
wrote.
they
Okay.
are the ones that, along the light blue, these.
Okay.
And this gentleman, he prefers going through this property. Another home, 2 other property owners further south recommend it going along this one. So they just are expressing their
Right, I
concerns
understand.
for their neighbors, I think.
Okay.
So,
That's all I have, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
okay, we're back to
Yep, Ms.
starting
Denny's.
right there.
Ms. Denny's.
Thank you. So we've got a natural 100-foot buffer, basically. It's not even going to be seen. All we're going to do is put a trail through the woods and a property that's
That's it,
basically not
exactly.
buildable and not assembly. So we have a natural buffer built in. And I don't know if any of you have been on the trails or any of our trails. I will tell you and before going any further, I have got to recognize our trail queen, Councilwoman Pat Northey. Please say hello. In the discussions that we've had in the past and looking at trail alignments, and it's been contentious is a kind word, but after the trail has gone in, these landowners and homeowners are not only thrilled in the real estate market now, they're marketing as to how close they are to the trail or the trail is on their property. It's a tremendous advantage. It's beautiful. We are making the area better. We really are, aesthetically and every other way from what I've seen. And I have not seen an exception to that yet. So what I'm saying is I support the light blue preferred trail because of the 100-foot buffer, because it's a natural buffer built in. And then if we go that other leg to the right or to the left, that's another conversation. But it just seems, from every intention, we should do the light blue through there, keep them off of Maytown Road. It's safer, it's safer for the bikers to stay off there, and I think it's better for the residents too, actually, because you won't even see it, you won't even know it's there.
Dr. Lowry.
Let me follow up. Okay, I'm good to the red circle, coming from the left. I'm good.
I think everybody's good to the red circle.
I think we're. Now, why would we not, if we want to keep it off of Maytown, what is the hindrance to using the dark blue on the right?
I'll address that.
Okay, thank you. That's
I'm
all.
ready. I'm at that point.
All right, thanks, sir.
If you will remember back, previous council.
I wasn't here.
Well, Cow Creek Road. Right. You were here at that one. Yes. We had the FEC Railroad went through essentially the middle of people's long, deep properties. And they wanted it out on the frontage of Cow Creek Road. Remember all that debate? We said we can't put it in the road right-of-way, but if you were willing to dedicate a 30-foot easement in addition to the road right-of-way, we would consider it. Council gave them a mandate. You got 10 days to give easements. 100% they did that because the railroad split their properties. This is somewhat the same thing. While the dark blue, it goes, you either go on top of the back end of the 4 properties there on the north, or which we're showing here, or you hit the next properties. You're between 2 properties, you've impacted both of them. Okay. Up on the frontage, now while we're saying it's preferred not to generally be on the frontage, that's where you've got a road. It's less impact. We've got to buy this property. So you're looking at the alternative, which has the least impact to the property owners. Now, remember, we're on the back side of the ditch. We're going to be saving some trees on the back side of the ditch to try to buffer between the road and trees on the other side to buffer it. But in this instance, rather than splitting people's property and being in the backyard of 8 properties or 7 and being in the front yard of other ones, we're recommending that we be on the back side of the roadside ditch.
Which is the light blue.
Which is the light blue.
I mean, if we could do the same that you did where we asked them to dedicate the footage that's needed, would that be the option that you're looking for, or not really?
Not in this case. Because we owned the state owned the other on Cow Creek. They owned the 100 feet. Okay. So we were going there.
Right.
And so council then said, we're going to go right there. We're going to use the 100 feet that is owned by the public unless you give us an easement. But the dark blue is not owned.
Right. There's 4 lots right there that I'm seeing.
Yeah, and there's
sure
3 more.
3 more.
On the next sheet.
On the next sheet. So those 4 property owners, I'm guessing, or 7 property owners would prefer that it go toward the front, or don't know.
Yes, they do. They prefer it rather than being on the back of their property,
okay.
But they want to be paid for it.
Well, if that's the case, they want to be paid for the back or the front.
Absolutely. We're not looking for a donation in this case because we have to go one route or the other. So we're looking at the one that impacts the properties the least. And we believe, after evaluating it, the light blue is still safe because we're on the back side of the ditch, 20 or 30 feet from the road, and it's on the frontage where the road is, and it's where they prefer it as well. The input we've gotten from these is they want it up
if
there.
I was one of those 7, and I could have it instead of going in the back where I'm firing guns and rifles and hunting deer or whatever else that they do back there, I would be inclined to be real nice and say, if you put it on the front, I'll be happy to allow you to use that, but I mean, maybe they're not, so. We've got to require it either the front or the back from the property owners.
And keep in mind, they don't want it at all, is what they say.
Well, then if that's the case, I guess that's where we are. But
That's where we are.
this is a big part of a statewide system that is not something that we want to take out and let it stop there.
This is 3/4 of a mile out of 70-plus miles.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, okay.
We ready to go to the next slide? Okay. This parcel here was one of the 4 that's on the previous slide.
Okay.
Because of the match line. The next 3 are a similar situation. We have not heard from them. The closest home is on this parcel with Vincent, 105 feet from the proposed trail. The next one, the next closest, let me jump back, because this gentleman, Mackle, rode in. He's right here. He's 140 feet from the proposed trail. And then they go progressively further away. So they're not even very close to the proposed trail. So that's the other reason why we preferred it to be in front there. Any questions before we hit the next? We're now at this point. Okay. Seeing no questions.
The only comment I'll make, if we assume that we take the frontage, getting to the point that we are, now we're at a choice of going south again to go east and west, or we stay at the light blue line and go straight across, having to acquire property along that, I'm guessing, or not? No. That one.
Well, I'll get to that.
Well, that's where I want to get.
We're at this point. So you either, here's what we're saying is our preferred, and there's a reason, versus using what
we already have
required by the
access
state.
to, right.
The next 3 property owners, there's 3 more property owners in this 3.5-mile section.
Okay.
The first 2 properties are very, very large. And I'll relate back to Cow Creek. Large parcels, you have split their property here. They're looking, the only reason this light blue is being recommended is if the property owners donate the 30 feet. Donate. Similar to Cow Creek.
Okay.
Where we own this, but we have really split their property.
Okay.
And we think we should continue along the frontage as long as they are willing to donate.
I'm assuming we're not going to vote on any of this.
Yes. We're asking you to do that. This is new to not new to county government, but for municipal governments and all, they really haven't dealt with.
We've had to look at trails, but
this.
not on this magnitude. Ms. Post?
I want to clarify. So, I guess if you can't, let's see. So this area here, that's what we're talking about. But all of this, I see that up here you have Whiting and down here you have Whiting. So I'm assuming that's the same landowner, correct?
Yes, it is.
So this area all through here is not, it's not currently theirs, correct?
Yes, it is. No, it is not.
Already.
The state owns it.
Right.
State owns the yellow.
So how are we breaking up their property in any way if we continue that down and make it through here?
Okay.
In the current, and leave that in the current status, but have a trail in the middle of it?
These are large agricultural parcels. And so it's very similar to Cow Creek where
So are they using it? They don't own it, but they're
today,
but they're using it basically.
it's not fenced.
Yeah.
They see this as as far as use,
Gotcha.
they don't see that 100 feet. So if we put the trail here, we would be fencing both sides
Okay,
because
that's
they've
what I
got
wanted to
cattle
clarify.
and all.
Okay.
You got crossings. It would cut this piece and that part in half.
Got it.
So as with Cow Creek, previous council was receptive to saying, if you donate along the frontage.
Okay, well, let's get on to that. Let's get them to donate that and move to the next slide.
All right, next slide.
They're going to donate that.
Agreed. Yeah.
Well, I think we need to take a vote. We're not there yet, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
The property owner from here going this direction has already signed an easement donating that. Oh my goodness.
No, they didn't donate that.
The first property owner, it's that we just were on the previous slide. Two brothers, they're having some disagreement over unrelated to the trail. They both like the idea of being on the frontage. One is ready to sign today. The other one is the managing partner, and he has the authority to convey it. He's not quite there yet from a legality standpoint. Ms. Seaman is working with him, and we believe he's going to convey that easement. So in this motion is that our recommendation is to be on the light blue on these last two parcels, and if they convey those two easements to us, then that's my recommendation.
Right, okay.
If they do not,
Ms. Denny's.
then we go back to the other alignment.
Right, well, that's the only option we have.
Exactly.
Well, something you just said, Jerry, in that second parcel, I didn't realize you'd already asked them to convey the easements, and you had an agreement on that. That kind of changes the discussion.
He jumped ahead, and he's so anxious, he wants to convey.
No, but my question is, so it's an option. You put that option out there.
Yes, I
Okay,
did.
that I didn't know. So if we already have agreement for easements on some of these properties, in my opinion, that changes the dynamics completely, because you can make the case a little stronger, and this is exactly what we had out in Cow Creek.
It is.
But with this, we have got to, and I don't know what you're going to look at, we need to talk about this, Jamie, we need a time element on this too, because if we agree to these easements, it's not going to be in, oh, by the way, well, let the brothers figure it out in 6 months at a family reunion. You know, that's not how we're going to do this.
Right.
We're going to put a time certain on it like we did Cow Creek. And if it doesn't happen, then we go back to the land we own and we go forward. It has to be so
I think
stated.
that's what she was going to tell us.
Yeah. It has
Ms. Denny's, thank you. Sitting next to me is Russ Brown, one of our attorneys. He has been working with the Whiting family, some minor amendments to the easement with the lawyers. I mean, wording, but we're done. They will execute.
Okay.
So the Whitings will execute the easement across the front of the property. Deep Creek Reserve has already executed one, which is in your package, will probably require some minor adjustments to it, but they'll re-execute, I'm certain, and then we'll move into the Miami Court property
So
at that point.
My point exactly.
So it's exactly what we did with Cow Creek, but yes, ma'am, they will execute. We are ready to go.
Well, if you had started out with that,
Just say it.
yeah, if you started out with that, we would have cut 10 minutes off this discussion.
Oh, so you wanted us to go from east to west?
Well, I'm just saying, if you had told council at the beginning, oh, by the way, we already have, conveyance of
Just on
easements.
these two.
Just that,
Yep,
just those.
Doesn't apply to the
That's
others.
enough, that's enough.
That's a big,
enough.
yep, that helps.
That can't be an oh, by the way, that's got to be a lead on an issue like this.
Okay, so where do we go from here? We're done to this point?
That concludes it.
That's it?
My recommendation now
Okay.
would be to you that you approve the preferred alignment shown on your exhibits in light blue, that and that you authorize staff to proceed with right-of-way negotiations. We would do appraisals, hire appraisers to do appraisals on these parcels, and proceed with right-of-way negotiations on the 8 parcels that we previously debated, and that you authorize staff to accept the easements from the Whitings and from the other, Mr. Davis. And subject to the Whiting one falling through, we go back to what we do own.
Okay, well, hold that thought for a second, because I have 3 people who filled out cards to speak on this, now that we're to this point. Okay? Robin Brown and Keith Brown. Why don't you guys come down as a team, unless you disagree?
We both need our 3 minutes. I'm Robin Brown. I live on 200 Vat Road in Osteen. We're talking from River Oaks, that stretch along Maytown, when we were talking about the 4 properties. My husband and I own one, and I'm semi-representing my mother, who owns the other parcel, who would be impacted twice by the preferred alignment that is being proposed here today. She did send in a letter to you via Alex Ford.
Hold on just one second.
Yes, sir.
Can you, are you indicating that when you put your little arrow on that, Jerry? Maybe one of you can
Yeah. I'm
circle your properties.
okay. Oh,
There you go.
okay.
You have those
I'm
2,
the-
yours and your mother's are those
The
2 right
Brown.
there.
We're the Browns,
All right.
and this is my mother right here,
Okay.
Frances Hurd.
Sorry, go ahead.
And if you see, oh, I know my time's clicking, her property is impacted twice. We're here today just to address the alignment that goes along. We want it to go along this way. And our reason for that is so that, first of all, it doesn't impact my mother's property twice, and there's a lot of safety issues. I was born and raised in Osteen. I know this area well. I mean, I remember back when Maytown was dirt. I know all the area, and I understand the beauty of it. When I had the opportunity to attain that lot to build a home, to raise my family, we jumped at it. We have enjoyed raising livestock. We do target practice. All of this, though, the security of our home and our property will be taken away with the alignment that's being proposed here today. Unless you have physically driven out to that road and seen our homes, see how we live, you will not fully understand how this impacts us if it takes the light blue and the dark blue route on our lives. Not only our lives, but our security. You are
Yes, I know
sir.
you've got
Yes,
time,
sir.
and I'm going to extend it. They're not taking the front and the back.
No, sir. No, sir.
That's how you would be affected twice.
I'm sorry. My mother's property right here would be impacted twice. If they come this route, the blue that you keep.
It's 2 separate properties, but I understand it. So she doesn't have a single property being affected twice.
She does.
On the left
He
side and
does.
the top. She'll be affected here
So
and
the
here.
top left corner.
Okay.
And then the top. I think what they're saying is they don't want either one, correct?
Pardon?
You're
No,
saying
Okay.
you don't want
No,
either.
ma'am. What we are proposing today, my husband and I, and he will speak to it as well, we presented you with what we call the Brown preferred alignment. And what we'd like to do is, as it comes out from here, is to come up River Oaks and along the whole front along here, it would be the least impact to our home, to the security, and to our privacy. It's going to have to go, as we've already so noted, along a lot of Maytown anyway, because that property is not, you're going to have to acquire that piece anyway. I just feel like this is an opportunity that you can hear our concerns. We're coming to you as landowners to work with you, to ask you to consider what we want, what we're asking. We know the trail is coming through, but we should have a say in how it's going to impact us. When you look at that diagram, it just looks like a piece of property, but that's our backyard. That's our backyard. That's our privacy. That's our security.
Now,
And
you're talking the backyard is the light blue or the front?
the dark blue would be the backyard. That's why we're wanting it to do. Are you trying to confuse me? So we are coming today to ask that you bring the, we would ask that you would bring it up River Oaks and across the whole front part of Maytown. It would be the least impact to my mom's property, the
Okay.
least amount of impact to our property.
Gotcha.
Gotcha, okay. And that we're hoping, we're asking the council to consider our wishes. We've tried to be fervently presenting you with this information.
Your 3 minutes are past,
Oh, I'm sorry.
even with the
I'm sorry.
time.
Okay.
And I'm sure that your husband's going to fill us in on something that you have not covered. If you have anything else to add to that, Mr. Brown? Yes, I do. Okay. I think all of us up here understand what you have requested. Okay.
Keith Brown, 200 Vat Road. Good morning, council, for letting us come here to speak this morning on behalf of our neighbors and our family out there also. Being part of resident of Volusia County and many, many generations of Volusia County, I'm hoping for your consideration, understanding, sympathy, and mostly your support on what we're facing on this unique 4,000 feet that you get to deal with today. I've sent all of y'all email and an attached map a few days ago. I have copies here in case you did not receive one or do not have one to be able to look at it again.
That'd be the Brown plan. Right.
First of all, let me say, we are not in support of the trail.
We understand that.
We live out there for a reason but knowing that, we know that the trail is coming, and we are here in front of you today to let you know we are willing to work with you all if you all are willing to see and understand and hear our views along this. It has great impacts along this trail to our agricultural lifestyle. First and foremost is the safety and security of our property and the tranquility of our life. Our preferred alignment, the Brown alignment, would go along Maytown the whole way, starting at River Oaks. It would be on the west side of River Oaks. For a safety issue, you would relieve a mid-block crossing, because this is a unique area. You can change where you do not have to cross in the middle of a road. You could go up the west side of River Oaks and cross at River Oaks where traffic is stopped. Continue along Maytown Road where the majority of the preferred is already located. By doing this, alignment also impacts each parcel, all 8 of them, only one time instead of my mother-in-law's parcel twice, making the value of that parcel go down for those that are looking for an agricultural parcel. I believe safety should be, on y'all's mind, one of the main concerns on that. Other concerns are the recreational use of these agricultural pieces, being hunting, shooting, firearms, livestock, or just some. At this time, we are willing to negotiate with the county to construct the trail on our proposed alignment, and listening to us, having some dialogue with your staff, and trying to get this to go forward. But make it clear, if you are not willing to work with us and you have to use and exercise eminent domain, we will exercise eminent domain on our behalf for us to get what we think we deserve.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
I thank
Brown.
you for this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. McCall. And hopefully you can point out where your property is on this.
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you.
First, my name is Stephen McCall, and myself, my wife, and my 4 kids live at 215 Vat Road, which is right there.
Okay. That's an easy one.
Right. I mean, as you probably know, I've communicated with you via email already and expressed my concerns, but this is our family statement about our thoughts on the plan or on the trail. We have reviewed both the prescriptive right-of-way and the alignment proposals provided by the county. I think it's pretty clear we, along with our neighbors between River Oaks and Shoreline Drive, are adamantly opposed to the alternate trail alignment and believe the preferred route should be adjusted as close as possible to Maytown Road. similar to the completed sections that were done between 665 and 695 Maytown Road, which is just down the street. We have the following concerns and considerations for the current preferred alignment proposal. Our family frequently shoots guns on the property. I'm sure, no doubt, this will be unnerving to many trail users that aren't used to that. And the additional distance from our property would definitely increase trail safety. The 10-acre parcel to the east of our property, which also borders Maytown Road, has hunting activity. Not us, but there's definitely hunting activity there. We're losing a significant portion of our property that our 4 children primarily use for recreation, driving their buggy, mini bikes, zip lining, loss of privacy around our pool, and potential security concerns from increased bicycle and pedestrian traffic close to our home. The current proposed track would result in the unnecessary removal, relocation, or modification of the following features of our property.
I'm gonna start. You're talking about the proposed one being the light blue, which is to the north?
Yes, the light
That's going to
blue on the
affect you on Maytown Road?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a picture of exactly what he's describing? How it
I've got the map, but I'm just talking, he's saying that if it's on Maytown Road, it's still going to affect his privacy. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. Going even the preferred route is going to be taking approximately 75 trees. It equals roughly 50% of all the trees on our entire 5¼ acre property, many of them mature oaks. There's 2 large decorative columns. Our kids' zip line is in that tree area. The irrigation system would have to be modified, and the fence on the east side of our property would have to be modified. After thoughtful deliberation and seeking guidance from legal counsel, we'd prefer to avoid the eminent domain process, further legal action, and additional costs and delays to the county. We're not necessarily opposed to the trail. We know it's coming.
Just not in your front yard, sorry.
In consideration for a commitment to locating the trail as close as possible to Maytown Road, preferably between the edge of the road and the back of the existing drainage ditch as they did down the road, we will be willing to negotiate for the acquisition of our portion of the land required to construct the trail.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
And I think I have one more. Mrs. Ardita?
He wants it in the backyard, and the Browns want it in the front.
Did I get that correctly, Ardita? Great.
Correct. Yes, I'm Marguerite Ardito. I live at 352 West Florence, 532 West Florence, excuse me. And I'll be very brief. I don't have anything to add about the alignment. I just think that it's extremely important that we get this resolved as soon as possible. I'm the co-founder of the St. Johns River to Sea Alliance, Loop Alliance, and I just wanted to point out that this East Central Florida Regional Rail Trail is part of a statewide system, the Sun Trail system, on 2 counts. It's part of the Coast to Coast, which runs Titusville to St. Petersburg, and the St. Johns River to Sea, which runs Titusville to Barry, and then on up to St. Augustine. Right. So I just hope that we can get this resolved because it's so important to our local economy and the quality of life here because of the importance of the trail.
Thank you, and thank the previous 3 speakers for your comments that you've made. I did read the emails, especially the gun shooting one. That alarmed me, but I'll assure you that if the trail is completed, I'll avoid the gunshot some way. So, Council, questions? Hey, Jerry, do you have any way, I know we have a big map, do you have any way where you can put these 2 where the 7 properties are affected, basically from River Oaks, where it goes, and all the way over to the other property where the Smiths have already agreed? I guess it was the Smiths that have.
Whiting.
Pardon?
Was it the Whitings?
Whites.
Whitings.
Smiths, Whites. Sorry.
Where we have it on one map?
Yeah.
Do not.
You do not have it?
Do not.
Okay. I just thought it would have been kind of helpful to have seen, this is close, right here. Straighten that up a little bit.
Just overlap them.
There you go.
And that'll get them what they want. Overlap them, take the white out.
Yeah, fold it.
That's it.
Because I think what you're going to see, if you use the point where we have to go up onto Maytown, then I'm going to agree, but I'm not the final voice on this, but once you get up there, why not stay there? But I mean, I think, Dr. Lowry, you mentioned something about along those lines. If we have to go up there, that would seem to be able to do that. If where we're going to have to acquire property, or where we're going to be able to acquire easements already to utilize it. So I don't necessarily agree staying on the west side of River Oaks makes a difference. Either way, you're going to have to cross. I think staying on the east side of that makes more sense, because you're not having the traffic there to go up that side if you go up. I also believe that where we had the easement, whether we either get the 100 feet or whether it's not being used, if we've got to acquire, I guess that's the other part, instead of dropping down in the middle, if you've got to go up and get the 3 acres or the 100 feet easement, why not just get the 100 feet easement and keep it up there? Then that way you run it all the way down. I don't know if that's part of a proposed, pardon? I've got Dr. Lowry, I'm sorry. I'm sitting here looking at my map. I'm going to finish before I go to the rest of you, if it's okay.
Go ahead. No, take your time.
Because when I see them pop up, I think I've got to stop.
No, go ahead.
Popcorn's popping. Anyway, that's kind of where I'm thinking that it looks like it might make sense. Dr. Lowry?
I was going to ask a question. If she could scoot the maps a little bit west to the River Oaks Drive.
There you go.
There we go. There we go. My question is, why are we crossing here instead of up here where the stop sign is? There would be a stop sign where these people going out of River Oaks would have to stop there anyway. What would be the advantage and disadvantage? I know you thought of it, but I would like to hear. Instead of going this way, instead of going like this, why would you go up across like that?
Because this is owned by Mr. Hicks, who's not involved at all.
Okay.
We would be...
Stay away from him.
Well, we would be...
stay away from involving someone else.
Yeah, we would involve one more parcel.
That didn't come out right.
Yeah.
My apologies.
I understood what you meant.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Post.
So then my question is, why aren't we just going from here and going up and going across? Why was this little section here proposed? Because this is the 100-foot area, correct? And then this is the 100-foot area. So, but I did want to tell you, I'm an expert marksman, so I absolutely agree with being able to do what you want to do on your own property and enjoying that.
I'm not, which makes it even more dangerous.
But I think the bottom line is it's coming, and it's for the betterment of the area that we do have the trails come through. It's better for the state. So I would just like to say I'm in agreement for keeping it along Maytown, because it's a very small section. Just my 2 cents.
In other words, you're saying that to go the same thing that I said, where the 3 acres is right here, just take the 100 feet and go here.
Exactly. Have we heard from that landowner?
We have not.
Okay. And is that the one that's out of town?
It's 2 landowners. One's Florida East Coast and one is St. John's, is it not?
Not for the 100, not for the tiny area, the actual landowner there.
St. John's Development.
No,
right on it.
Above it. The guy who actually owns the property right there.
The St. John's just has a right-of-way there, or do they own that?
They own the piece below.
Ghibelline. Now, this is a separate
right.
owner from this little strip.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And that's what I was wondering.
I think in my previous remarks, this was almost equal to going along here. Either one of those are good alignments. It was just that this is an undevelopable 100-foot strip,
right.
And you could go down the center of it and have nice 30.
We have not heard from that homeowner, correct?
We have not from this home. We have not heard from them.
Also, Jerry's responsible for trying to keep the cost as low as he can. He's going to tell you that piece is undevelopable and has less economic value if they have to take it to court. And you will pay less money for that piece. And you will have a bigger, and if we get 100 feet, then you have a buffer on each side of the trail.
Okay. Ms. Wheeler.
Yes, my comment was also, it was kind of going over yours, Heather. Going to the Maytown Road at that very first section, whoops, nothing's going on here. I was going to ask also if that property owner had been contacted. And so it was kind of overlapping hers. I don't understand why. I understand the property, St. John's is a straight through, but I'm looking at the least amount of impact on the owners of all the properties. And I think I kind of moving it towards the Maytown Road at this point.
Along that alignment.
Mm-hmm. Yes. But we have not heard from them.
We've corresponded with them a couple years ago, and they were notified. We got an inquiry about that property, but it was not the owner. It was another person's name, and we just shared this information with them.
Okay.
But this is a perfectly good alternative. That's where I discussed earlier. It could have gone from a staff standpoint, almost of cost of the toss of the coin. So.
Okay. And then my second question was, when it was first presented to us just a few moments ago, or half an hour ago, or whatever, it was stated that to go towards Maytown would be so much more dangerous, but it was stated more on that section than it was the section further east. Is there something different on that section? On that one that you right now have read?
No, it's
I mean, that would be more dangerous?
No.
That we could, for development?
In my opinion, there is no real potential danger. We're on the back side of the ditch.
That's what I was.
So it's just that it's probably the biggest downside is that you're not out in the middle of, a field.
But it's a
But
small
yet
section.
back here you have homes.
Yeah,
Section, right?
but
So-
we're not infringing on someone's privacy.
No.
That's the upside. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you. Yeah, this is some really good discussion. I think we're going to get to a real good point here. Jerry, the trail is what, 12 foot wide, 10 foot?
12 foot wide.
So the trail itself is 12 foot wide. And how much buffer, if we go on that first, if we go to the Maytown Road, make that little spur and come up there, what's the buffer between the ditch and the trail? Would that be 30 foot?
What we're recommending is acquiring a 30-foot easement, having the 12-foot trail in the center, and so then you.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to, so we've got 30 feet, and in the middle of the 30 feet will be the 12-foot trail.
Yes.
Okay. So that being said, that's a pretty good buffer, but keep going to the east end on that really large parcel. Can you move the map down? Right there? That's where we said that's where we own that yellow line.
Right.
Just as
Correct.
in Cow Creek, if I recall, here's what the deal was, that if they would give us the easement out front, we would deed back give our right-of-way back. Is that still?
Now, with Cow Creek, we could not give them promises. We said,
We would
this
help
is
them clear
state-owned,
title.
and we will support any actions they want to take to try to get the state to release it. But Ms. Seaman's been working with them, and it's not an easy path, and we've said there's no strings attached. You give us an easement, but there's no guarantee other than our support if you wish to try to convince the state to release it.
To release this, okay. So, all right, I just wanted to make sure we understood that. So, I think we could say the same thing here, but just knowing that there's no guarantees and it's an arduous task. And either way, it's going to happen. It's just going to determine if they will grant the easement out front, or we will exercise our right and use the right-of-way that currently exists.
And I
Is
think
that a
you're
pretty
hearing
accurate
that both
statement?
those property owners are receptive and really
Exactly.
want
No,
to
I think
to
that's a
convey
very,
the
I think
easement.
that's a very good solution to where we can go for this. So I think,
Mr.
yeah,
Patterson.
it's good.
My major concern, and I think Mr. Deneen brought that up, had to do with safety of the people riding a bicycle down. I worry more about somebody driving down the road texting as a bicycle rider than somebody in their backyard shooting a gun. I'd feel safer with somebody shooting a gun in the backyard than somebody riding down the road. So as long as we've got along that Maytown Road that we know that there's some kind of a buffer between somebody riding a bike, I don't have a problem with that, with those type of alignment.
I think it was the ditch.
But,
on
you
the
know,
other side of
it's
the ditch,
just
too.
in those areas, I just want to make sure that we're.
Yes, sir, Mr. Patterson. There's a very, it's a sloping shoulder of grass, then it goes into a pretty significant ditch, and you have a back slope, then the trail would be. So it's from a irate vehicle going off, you're not going to hit a trail user.
And it would be 9 feet from the edge of the back of the ditch.
Correct.
18 to
Approximately
12,
like
30.
that.
That's
Well,
correct.
I had heard Mr. Deneen say something about an area in there that we had to be close to the road. That's what my concern.
I think he was thinking that perhaps in this section, we were proposing it on the north side of the ditch, but in this section.
In this section, we're going to
on
be the other
back
side.
of the
We
ditch.
were forced in a couple places to do that. Here's the other thing. So you put this all in perspective. The other thing that the previous councils wanted to make sure was it is so much easier just to give up and go along Maytown, and then you didn't have a real trail. All you had was a lane next to Maytown Road. So what this was the council made exceptions where they thought it was in the best interest of the public, but to try and keep as much of the trail off of Maytown into a real trail. Because you're going into sections here where once you get involved with it, it's a long ride with a lot of other places you can't get to. So in making sure that it was going to be a really quality trail, the council wanted as far off of the main roads as they could get it. Now, that's not saying you shouldn't do what you're doing, but there you're trying to really minimize how much of it's right against Maytown Road.
Okay. Dr. Lowry.
And
And also, Mr. Patterson's comment was also taken serious by council members who believe that in today's world, with people riding there, especially have kids, that there's a greater likelihood that somebody can end up,
Okay,
having
we
an
got
accident.
that one. Dr. Lowry.
Yeah, Maytown Road is a trail, in a sense. I mean,
You're right.
it hadn't been long ago, I'd go on fishing, I'd go down that way, but it's a dirt road. I'm ready to make a motion on this, if that's possible.
Fire away.
What I would like to propose, I think I understand the community's feeling and the commission's feeling, and I would like to propose that we follow the preferred route with the exception of the Gable Line property, where we go with the alternative route, the dark blue. Is that accurate? Okay, that's my motion.
That's it.
Is that what I wanted? Sorry.
I'll
Motion's been made by Dr. Lowry, seconded by Ms. Denny's.
Oh, with an exception, though, with an exception. Mr. Lowry, based on the easements, do we want to put a time limit on here that it's going to
Yes.
revert back to?
We're fine.
Are you sure, Jamie?
Okay.
No,
I don't want to come back 6
No.
months from now saying we
must feel
can't get the
comfortable.
landowners.
don't put a time limit.
Oh, good.
We'll be good.
Okay?
We're good.
All right.
You're making that motion, you're seconding his motion. Ms. Post.
So I understand that we can't guarantee the landowners that we're, in any way, shape, or form, no one's going to be able to give them St. John's Development property. I understand that. But can we make sure that we're noting that we will at least, if they are interested in that at some point, that we can show support in that way? If we're taking the top of their property?
We're going to be having to acquire the top
You're going
of
to
the
pay for
property.
it. You're going to pay for it.
Yeah,
You're going to buy it.
We're buying it,
yeah,
or they're going
But
to
then we
donate.
And then give it to.
yeah.
No.
The only place we're not purchasing the property is at the Whiting and the Deep Creek Reserve, all the way over to the far
Yeah.
east. That's where we're actually, they're going to donate in exchange for us not constructing the trail
Right.
through the
State land.
existing state-owned.
That's what I'm talking about, what,
Yes, ma'am.
what you discussed
Yes,
about
ma'am.
that. I
Yes.
just wanted to make sure that that is definitely noted.
That is going to
That is
happen.
what-
It's in the agreement.
That,
That's in
yes,
there.
yes, ma'am.
The council will support.
Yes, okay.
And just to comment that I hope those that have contacted us would look and see that we're working to try to make the best of both worlds, and that they won't try to hold our feet to the fire to stop a statewide trail system and having a section that's not there. And we're trying to work with what some have called the Brown preferred route, basically, and hopefully they will be amenable to at least working with us as they've asked us to work with them. And I think that all that we're trying to arrive at the best for everybody. This trail system is huge, and the interest that we get throughout the state on trails, and we just need to have this part completed and as quickly as we can get it done. So the motion's made and seconded. Is there any discussion,
Chair.
further discussion? Mr.
Yeah,
Patterson?
I'd like to have have that motion restated because we've been all over the place here. So, Mr.
You want to draw your little map along there?
Well,
Could I offer a description of it?
Yes,
What
sir,
I
you go
understand
for it.
your recommendation is?
If you understand what we're saying?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
What I understand is as the trail alignment will cross River Oak Drive,
Yes.
will turn north,
Yes.
following the alternative or alternate trail alignment along, and then turn east along the frontage of Maytown Road on the Gabeline property, and will continue to the intersection with the preferred alignment and extend along Maytown Road
Across the Hertz, the Browns.
across, and will terminate there at, the last property that we will be acquiring from would be Vincent.
Right.
And then, as long as the two next property owners convey the easements as needed, we will continue along the frontage. Otherwise, we will proceed with using what was purchased by the state of Florida.
Okay. Is that clear to everyone?
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Britton. And with that, if there's no other comments, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Britton, thank you for being patient in our questions. Thank those of you who came today. Hope you leave feeling that you are not totally destroyed. And I'm going to ride my bike if this thing is finished within the next 3 or 4 years. I'm going to ride down there and wave at you. Keep the guns holstered or, somewhere. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
You may want to look at whether you want to go to lunch. The other parties from the previous council have arrived.
Okay, I think, pardon? Everything's ready for now for lunch. We've got one other item, I think, right? Which is just appointments, and then we can have the rest of it down there.
Correct.
We're only going to recess to there, and then we'll reconvene the meeting after
Right.
lunch and adjourn down there.
Yes, that would be it.
So if you want to do 12 now, we can. It's a resolution. Let's do 12. Appointment of the Volusia County Educational Facilities Authority. Any
Mr. Chair.
council member may nominate one position, which is, we have 2 applicants. Does anyone nominate Mr. Patterson?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate Terrence M. Henry to the Volusia County Educational Facilities Authority.
Okay. All of those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries. And at this point in time, at 12:41, we will now recess and locate in the training room for the extended balance of the meeting. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.